Master Control. Good morning. Welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting. I am Jack Caramindy. Our chair is currently on county business out of the state, so I'll be chairing today. This is my first chairing. I'm sure if I make mistakes, people will help me through, and we'll get it going. So, with no further ado, I pass it to the Madam Clerk.
So, item 1. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, Conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employee Association negotiations.
Is there any public comment? Seeing none.
Item 2. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with Legal Counsel regarding existing litigation, Christopher Wilson versus County of Calaveras, Workers' Compensation Appeals Board, case number CCVC-362477.
Any public comment? Seeing none.
Item 3. Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of a litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4.
Any public comment? Seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session, and we will return at 9 o'clock. Thank you. Susan, we ready? Good morning, everybody. I'm Jack Caramindy. I'm going to be chairing the meeting today. Our chair, Mike Calaveras, is out of town on county business. I believe the National Association of Counties meeting. We have been adjourned to closed session. Madam Clerk.
Item 1, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, Personnel Matter, Conference with Labor Negotiator Judy Hawkins, Director of Human Resources and Risk Management, regarding Deputy Sheriff's Association, Sheriff's Management Unit, Service Employees International Union, and Calaveras County Public Safety Employees Association negotiations. No reportable action was taken. Item 2, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, Conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Christopher Wilson versus County of Calaveras, Workers' Compensation Appeals Board, case number CCVC-362477. No reportable action was taken. Item 3, Conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one case, pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D4. No reportable action was taken.
Thank you very much. Will you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? Supervisor, will you lead us?
Let's begin. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As we begin, are there any announcements from the board? Seeing none, we will move to public comment. Make sure I read this correctly. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Thank you. So just to be clear, everybody's invited to come up and speak on items that are not on the agenda. So if your agenda item is coming up, you could speak at that point. So this is for all other items. We will limit public comment to 30 minutes.
I have a question. Are we also limited to the 3-minute, or are we allowed 5-minute?
We're going to go 3 minutes, if that's all right, Bonnie.
Rats. Okay. Good morning. My name's Bonnie Newman. I'm from Double Springs. And last meeting, an issue came up that stuck in my mind and required me to go to my dictionary, which I almost always carry with me now that I'm almost 70, halfway to dementia, understanding that and losing my vocabulary. I got to thinking about human conditions, and I had to look up 4 words: trust, respect, love, and then last one was nepotism, which was not a human condition, but it might be. I found out trust, pretty much what I thought, is a total belief and confidence in the honesty, integrity, reliability, and justice of something or person. It entails faith and loyalty, and to me, I think trust is the most fragile of all conditions. Respect, which is not to be confused with concern, is also delicate, but not as fragile. Honor, esteem, hold in high regard, consideration, deference, and courtesy. And lastly, love, the least able to be destroyed, long-lasting, resilient, deep and tender feeling, devotion, and affection. When I looked up nepotism, it said favoritism showed to relatives, especially in appointments to desirable positions. We've got some terrible examples going on right now in Washington. Whether any wrongdoing or shenanigans is ever discovered, just the appearance of such thing gives you question, makes you wonder, makes it look suspicious. And it breaks the most fragile human conditions, trust and respect. So I think it's real important that we try to keep ourselves separate from the work that we do and remember our places in the empowerment we have been given by the electorate that put us in the position we're in. And I think that's really all I have to say about trust and respect, love, and nepotism. I kind of had those feelings, but I had to pull out my dictionary, so I know I'm right about these. And I feel in my heart I'm right about the fragility of some of these human conditions. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Board. Bill Wilson, District 1. Police Station Road. They've made it to the curve at Circle 20, and they're headed up the hill back towards San Andreas. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else? Seeing none, we'll move forward on the consent. We'll move forward to approve the consent agenda. If there are any items that the public or the board would like to pull off the consent agenda at this point, public, board.
Well, I had a number of items that I had questions about, but staff has adequately addressed them, so I won't be dealing with them today.
Very well. Then, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as it currently stands?
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimous.
I'm sorry, who made the second?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Supervisor Tofinelli made the motion. Supervisor Mills seconded. Unanimous approval. Okay, we'll move on to the regular agenda. We will use the method that we've been using over the last... I'm sorry, am I moving too fast?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay. Thank you.
My apologies.
It's okay.
We'll use the method that we've been using over the last couple of meetings where we'll have staff present, then we as board will ask questions, and then we'll open up to public comment, bring it back for deliberation and a vote by the board. So, Madam Clerk, item number 22.
Item 22 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution authorizing additional changes to the position control list for fiscal year 2017-2018 recommended budget effective July 22nd, 2017.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Management, and what I'm bringing before you today are the update to the changes. These are changes that were requested at the last budget or the last board meeting by the Sheriff's Department, and then also changes that were in the recommended budget but were left off of the changes to the position control list due to miscommunications. And so that's the changes that are before you.
Questions? Board?
Judy, I don't specifically see the correct Tech 2 position in here.
The correction,
Correctional
so if
technician
you
2.
look at reclassification from and to,
Yes.
we have the correctional officers to correctional technician.
Okay, so that's
And
what
it
that
is a 1-2 series.
Thank you.
Ms. Hawkins, I was looking at this, and we have in the budget briefing memo that the Sheriff's Department reclass to lieutenant is a general fund expenditure. In our budget discussions, that was assigned to the MCCRP program. So I want to make sure that we did this to organize. I don't want it to be another open lieutenant in the sheriff's office. We agreed that this was to help manage that unit.
Yes, and when they send the PAs to us, they will assign it to the MCCRP.
So we'll have that memorialized.
Yes, and then also it has been directed by the CAO that all of these corrections that are brought to you today is also in final budget, so that we can make sure that everything is in the correct place.
Okay. I just don't want, when those funds go away, I don't want someone, this position is connected to funding, and I don't want it to be, I want to make sure we're keeping our pots clear, pardon the pun.
If this position, I did not understand that this position was directly tied to the cannabis registration, and if it is the intent of the board that if those funds are to go away, this position is to go away, then we need to make this position limited term.
We haven't had that discussion,
Okay.
to my knowledge.
I think that conversation can be in September when we go to
I agree.
final budget.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. Public comment? Seeing no public comment, bring it back to the board. Any discussion or motion?
I just see this as housekeeping. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'll move this item.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Item 23. Certainly. Kristen?
So item 23 is from the Public Authority to accept a presentation on the Calaveras County In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority.
Good morning. Colleen Reeves, Program Manager for the Public Authority. I apologize. I haven't done a PowerPoint before the board before and did not bring my laptop. So you have the presentation in front of you, I hope? Okay. So I apologize for the rest of the group that I'm not going to be able to show this. So, sure.
And Colleen, if you could just speak a little louder.
Okay.
Thanks. So just so anybody that is watching or here in the audience, the PowerPoint presentation slides are available as part of the agenda packet online at the Board of Supervisors website if you'd like to refer back to that at any point.
Okay. I'm here today to explain to you what the Public Authority does in our association with IHSS, which is In-Home Supportive Services. The PowerPoint that I've presented to you gives a little bit of background and an overview of what the Public Authority is all about. Before I start talking to you in relation to the PowerPoint, I'd like to give you a little bit of background on the genesis of the Public Authority and IHSS. And it goes back to the independent living movement. It was started by a person named Ed Roberts in the 1960s. He was a significantly disabled student at UC Berkeley, and he was very much an activist. So he started the independent living movement, and it took hold. He eventually, in the 70s, was the first California State Director of Rehabilitation with Disabilities. Today, there is an Ed Roberts campus on UC Berkeley, and it's a very significant institution because it is developed for people with disabilities. Out of the independent living movement came the disability rights movement, and it was protection and advocacy for individuals with disabilities. Out of that came IHSS, which was started in the 1970s, and that is a recognition that people prefer to live in their own homes rather than be institutionalized, and to be able to fully participate in society just as everyone else does. There, in the 1990s, a core group of individuals who knew and worked with Ed Roberts started the Public Authority process. One of them was Donna Kalame. She was an attorney out of San Francisco. Donna retired about 3 years ago, but she was one of the founding members of my state organization, CAPA, which is the California Association of Public Authorities. Another person was Charles Calavan. He was from Alameda County. Heidi Carton, who was from Santa Clara. Eldon Luce was from Contra Costa and later Placer County. Bernadette Lynch from Sacramento County. Karen Kiesler, who was our State Association Executive Director. And Deborah Doctor, who is an advocacy legislative advocate for disability rights. All of those individuals, with the exception of Deborah Doctor, ended up being Public Authority Executive Directors. And so they were my mentors. They were passionate advocates for disability rights. So I had quite an education. All of the individuals I mentioned, Donna, Heidi, Charles, Eldon, have all since retired, but only within the last few years. So in my 14 years of being with the public authority, I had experts to learn from. So if we go to the PowerPoint, what occurred in 1999 was the legislators recognized that the home care workers were going to be organizing for the very first time ever. And so with that, they needed an employer of record. The state did not want to be the employer of record. Counties did not want to be the employer of record. And so it was determined that there were three options. Counties could either establish a public authority, a nonprofit consortium, or they could adopt a homemaker mode, which meant that they would essentially be the employers of the providers. There were a number of reasons why the state and the county did not want to be the employer, and it all had to do with tort liability. So in 1999, AB 1682 was established, and that essentially said that counties needed to have an employer of record. This county chose to go with the public authority mode. That happened in December 2002, ordinance number 2722. In January 2003, resolution 0305 adopted the recommendations of the work plan, and the work plan that the county adopted was put together by Eldon Luce, who was one of the original public authority executive directors. He put that together in the late 90s, and it was meant to be an evolving document that would change according to program needs and as time went by. What else was established was the responsibilities of the governing board, which is essentially the Board of Supervisors. When you open your board meetings and when you will listen to a presentation from the public authority, you're doing it as the governing board, not as the Board of Supervisors. The other stipulation in AB 1682 was that an advisory committee be established. The advisory committee is intended to be a consumer advisory committee. More than 50% of the individuals of the advisory committee are required to be consumers of services, either past or present. The reason for that was this is a program that is about consumers. It is for the benefit of consumers. Providers, since they were organizing, were considered to be represented by their unions. So the advisory committee is a very important part as long as you've got consumer participation. The public authorities have a number of responsibilities. As I mentioned, we act as the employer of record. We develop and manage the provider registry and referral system. That means that the adult social workers come to the public authority when they have a consumer who is approved for in-home care and they need a provider. They come to us if that consumer does not have anyone, family or friend, who can take care of them. We investigate the qualifications of the providers by doing a DOJ check and an agency check, as well as doing personal referral checks. That was something else that was never done prior to the public authorities. We facilitate the mandated provider orientations. The state has very specific rules on what is required before anybody can become a provider. We also facilitate and manage the enrollment process, which is fairly rigorous, given that we've accepted, the state accepted the federal rules on overtime, and so There's an enrollment process that's required for everyone, but since the FLSA rules went into effect, there's a number of additional documents required. We administer the provider benefits. We provide supplemental trainings. We work with our county partners to coordinate all services for consumers and for providers. And we also work very closely with our state association, CAPA, with CWDA, and with CSAC. I've provided some information on this past year's activity in IHSS. As of June 2017, the number of hours that consumers received in this year is 470,942. In June, there were 41,895 hours of care provided. The number of paid cases of consumers is 362. The number of providers in the county is 332. We trained 144 providers in this last fiscal year. And I've also provided statistics from the beginning when we started in 2003. The total number of providers that we've trained in this county is 3,830 providers. We've done a breakdown of the consumers by district, and you'll see that, and there are two things to remember. The source data for this is the state payrolling system. Frequently, paid cases and authorized cases are not going to match. So right now, San Andreas the San Andreas and Copper area, which includes District 1 and District 4, has a total of 101 consumers. Valley Springs and Wallace area, 102. Angels Camp on up to Arnold, 98. And West Point Railroad Flat, 83. The public authority is funded primarily by federal and state funds this past year, using the MOE that is still in place and still under discussion with the administration and CSAC. The federal share is 56%, which represents $296,914 for the last fiscal year. The state share is 28.6% at $151,638, and the county share is 15.4% for $81,651. The public authority staff consists of myself as the program manager, and I have one program coordinator. I do hire, so to speak, fiscal staff from Human Services to prepare the state and federal claims, as well as assist in the budget process. There are a number of other things that I wanted to mention, and we talked about the training that the public authority does. In addition to the orientation that we're required to do, we provide supplemental trainings for providers and consumers. In the last 4 years, we've provided and we work with our community partners to do this. We've done stress management, diabetes education, Alzheimer's education, nutrition, fraud prevention, crimes against elders, disaster preparedness, ability awareness, CPR, hospice care, mental health first aid, infection prevention. Our financial process is overseen by the auditor's office. We have fiscal staff from Human Services who produces our quarterly information, and the auditor's office performs a complete audit each and every year. I wanted to also mention our close neighbors, for instance, Amador County and Tuolumne County. Amador County has a public authority. They are staffed by 2 individuals, the program manager and 1 staff person. They're approximately 1/2 our size. They have 175 cases, whereas we have 362. They have 156 providers. We have 332. They have 28 people on their registry. We have 62. They have never, in their 14-year history, offered any supplemental trainings. They do not do orientation classes. They have providers come in one-on-one, and they'll do a 30-minute one-on-one with them. They have not taken on any of the FLSA responsibilities. That's been left with Health and Human Services in Amador. They are not tasked with keeping track of overtime or violations the way we are. They do not have any timesheet responsibilities or any payroll responsibilities. We assist with timesheets all the time. And they do not handle any consumer questions. We handle consumer questions all the time. Tuolumne County chose the homemaker mode. They were the only one in the state to do that. It's actually kind of a puzzle why they did, because they don't receive federal funding to do that. They have a caseload of about 250. They're not a member of the state association. I don't have a whole lot of information. I haven't really had a lot of interaction with Tuolumne. If you have questions for me, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions from the board?
Ms. Reeves, thank you for your presentation. I am wanting to know what would be your short-range challenges that you're seeing out there with the redefining of the money that's coming in from the state, as well as the longer-range challenges. What kind of vision would you like to see in the longer range to be sure that we maintain the level of service, or that we continue to do what we're doing?
Well, I think the short-term and long-term issues are the number of providers that we're able to come up with in order to keep up with the demand, because our county is an elderly county and getting older all the time. In terms of the money, we know that this fiscal year, the impact of the May revision and the governor's budget will be minimal. We should be pretty much operating exactly as we are right now. We do know that in the subsequent years, pardon me, there'll be a 5% increase in the MOE. We know that in the 3rd and 4th years, they're looking at a 7%. However, since nobody really knows what is going to occur in terms of the economy, in terms of taxes that help fund this, there is reopener language set for 2019 to reevaluate what the Department of Finance has come up with and what CSAC has come up with. I think that given that this is a very important safety net service, I don't see it going away. California is a model for the rest of the country. I know that our executive director gets calls all the time from different states asking how IHSS and the public authorities operate. And it is a very unique program that California can be very proud of.
I have a couple quick questions. Supervisor Mills asked about the budget in the out years, which sounds a little gray and murky as to what the future will hold, and I know it's a pretty big ticket item. You look at numbers like this. You mentioned providers that we need. It's a challenge to get more providers. How have we been working? We had a presentation 2 weeks ago from our school districts about career technical education. These are good, fair-paying jobs. And how are we doing in reaching out to our community? and bring in more people in this. We do have an aging population. This is a growth industry.
Right, it is. And recruitment is very difficult. What we have done over the last year is we have our posters that have gone out to about 70 different locations, and we have tear tags on them with the information about the program, what we pay, et cetera. It is, and always has been, a challenge. It is something discussed all the time at the state level. It's a very difficult job to be a care provider. It's very stressful, and yes, right now in Calaveras, the wage is $10.50. It will be going up in January to 11 when the minimum wage increases. But at the same time, you compete with something like McDonald's. I know the one in Angels Camp pays 25 cents over minimum wage. But you have people who are very committed. The providers that we have really are something when it comes to commitment to what they're doing. We used to do flyers with the schools for parents who might be looking for something during the day. That never proved to be effective for us. We did it over a 2-year period. It was early on, although I'm open to anything that might help us recruit.
I think that'd be great. You mentioned that, and again, I'm new to this board, so that we are the public authority for this. Do you report directly to us, or do you report to Kristen? Who does your evaluation for this program? We do. Have you ever been evaluated?
By a board? No.
So that's 1999?
Absolutely not. I will tell you, when I started,
I don't mean that like you should. I'm just curious.
Tom Mitchell was the CAO when I started, and I reported directly to Tom Mitchell. When Jeannie Boyce was CAO, I reported directly to Jeannie Boyce. Since that time, you know, there's a gray area. I would say right now it's Kristen
Breaks, Health and Human Services. Yes, Colleen, as she mentioned, has a unique relationship administratively and budgetarily. It falls under the Health and Human Services Agency. We have another team member, Terry Lane, who operates in a similar capacity, being the executive director of First Five. So it's very much a hybrid type of relationship.
Okay.
That sums it up.
Well, let's make sure. Let's see if we can maybe work that out with the CAO at Lutz and make sure, because it's your budget when these costs go up over the years. Is going to be tapped first, and so we have a big dog in this fight.
Well, in terms of the budget, the public authority has their own budget. We're not really part of Health and Human Services in our operating budget. When you get into wages for providers, that hits Health and Human Services.
Right.
That's their responsibility.
If we could work that out, that'd be great. Any other questions from the board? Any public comment?
Bill Wilson. This is a great program. Independent living. Anybody who's ever had a broken leg and been confined to a wheelchair and not been able to get around will appreciate everything that these people do. One of my points on this matter might be, we're looking at rejecting another 4 to 6 people today for cannabis cultivation. If those are half acres, that's 44,000 times 6. I'm sure all of you can do the math. Everybody needs money. This county needs money desperately. This board even spent some of those tax dollars. How many dollars do we have left over from those taxes we've collected just off of the first 6 months of this program? I know, according to the board, the UO is just a freaking disaster. And everything in this county has gone to crap because of it. Marijuana was never grown in this county before. It's only been since the UO. And the crime rate has just skyrocketed beyond belief. But regulation, taxation, has provided dollars for this board to balance its budget and its future
budgets, giving operations like this a little bit of boost in their pocketbook. Amazing what we could do with it. Thank you.
Who has grandma eyes? Because I have a little print and a big print. Okay, excuse me. Bonnie Newman, home care provider. Two things came stuck in my face as I was looking at this, and first one is a real big mistake that is made here. On page, I would assume it's probably page 8, where it says Public Authority Program Stats, total number of providers. The total number of providers trained are trained in orientation. They're 2,185. The providers trained in CPR are also included in that 2,185. And the supplemental trainings are also included in the 2,185. So the total providers trained is not 3,830, it's 2,185. And then I want to look at the funding for the program. What I gave you is, it's called the CAPA IHSS Wage Benefit Chart. And I'd like you to look at the column, which is column number 9. And it's the hourly amount in public authority operational costs. And this compares our county with all the counties in the state. And if you do that comparison, you'll find that Calaveras County is the second most expensively run public authority in the state. We're dealing with 78 cents in hourly amounts, whatever that is, to other counties. The only one that's more expensive is Colusa. And Colusa, I know, doesn't even have an advisory committee. They kind of tap into their advisory committee monies. It's always been my contention that our public authority is overemployed. I think we have too many employees. And if we're looking at possible threats to this program, and Medicaid is funding this program, we got to start looking at where we can cut back. Public authority never existed 15 years ago. The program ran perfectly fine. Public authority is just another layer of administration, bureaucracy that takes money out of direct services. That is, me wiping the floor, cleaning the toilet, and changing diapers. I'm going to be hurt if we keep a big, wonderful public authority in effect and the services are being cut. Thank you very much.
Bill McManus, Hanford Hill. I just wanted to address some comments that were made a few comments ago about the county having to rely on cannabis taxes, money, whatever, in order to get by. I can understand how the public has been misled. Even one of our supervisors, Mr. Garamendi, will repeatedly state that we're broke. We have to have the tax money. We have to have marijuana money to get by. As I went through the budget and had some assistance with someone who completely understands the budget, I came to the conclusion, and it was verified, that the county budget has been taken care of. There is no deficit. Everything is there, and not $1 of marijuana money has been spent. Now, I know that it's still in a state of flux and it has to move on into September, but when I hear people say that we have to take on a criminal industry in this county in order to afford county government, it kind of gets to me, and I wish they would be more honest about it. Thank you.
Good morning, Vicki Mills, and I'll do my usual disclaimer. He has no idea what I'm going to say, nor is he responsible. I am a member of the IHSS Advisory Committee, and I have been working with Colleen for a little over a year on the finances and learning the system and how things are paid. The thing that strikes me, and Colleen mentioned it, is the fact that we are paying our providers $10.50 an hour. That is minimum wage. You can make more than that at any pizza place, at Burger King, at McDonald's, anywhere. We do, as part of the advisory committee, in conjunction with the public authority, have booths or tables or whatever you want to call it at the health fairs that Mark Twain puts on. At the one in Ironstone this last year, I had people that would love to have been a provider, but there was no way they were going to work for $10.50 an hour. The only bright spot of it was when I had a mother say, I will give this to my graduating senior because I would rather have her doing something like this than flipping burgers. I know, for instance, in the state of Iowa, their providers are paid up to $15 an hour. And there is no way they are in better shape than we are as far as health services. And yet they manage to do this. If nothing else comes out of the budget, we need to figure out how to increase this for our providers, because they do a service that they absolutely have to love and have a passion for. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to do it. Thank you.
Anybody else? George?
Good morning, Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm George Fry. I am the Chair of IHSS. The IHS Committee receives state and federal funding in the amount of $5,900 a year. I appreciate Colleen's presentation. I'm sorry that she wasn't able to put it on the screen. The public authority and IHSS have had some real challenges, and I'm hoping that this year that because we really are a standalone, we are really separate from the public authority, and I'm hoping this year that we can snip the umbilical cord that, in my humble opinion, should never have been there. And I was looking through some of the things. Yeah, this $530,203, that's in the public authority's budget. One of the things that I'd like to see this year, and I'm asking you, the governing board, is that we do a time study or a work study of what the public authority does. I saw in the preliminary budget this year that they're asking for more help, and I'm not convinced that that's necessary. So I think that a time study of what the department does would be most helpful. And it certainly would be most helpful to the board. Even though you don't fund it, well, you do 81,000, but we, as the IHS, do not get any funding from the board, nor do we ask for any. So I would request that you seek to do a time study of what they do in their capacity. Thank you very much.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Any further discussion, questions, deliberations? I'd like to thank you very much. I'd like to apologize for the public that we weren't able to provide the PowerPoint, but it was read pretty closely. I'd like to thank the members of the advisory board for their input as well. And we'll continue to talk about how we administer what the lines are, so that we can, if we're the public authority and we're supposed to be reviewing, it's our job to make sure that we stay on top of this. So thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I think we're...
Item 24 is from Public Works to adopt a resolution to decrease fiscal year 2017-18 Public Works Transit recommended operations budget revenue and expenses by $117,803, requiring a 4/5 vote.
Thank you, Jeff Krovitz, Public Works. We've been in front of the board recently for changes to the transit system. April, where we changed some routes and frequency on those routes. June, where we discontinued or had the board vote to discontinue the intercity service that was not making fare box recovery and was very expensive, as well as to dedicate some funds to fully fund the Saturday Hopper for its annual service as a result of loss of grant funding from the state. This item in front of you today is to adopt a revised recommended budget for transit to reflect those recent changes in advance of final budget hearings, so that that Public Works can continue with seeking reimbursement, which takes quite a while, for our 17-18 operations. We've given you breakdowns on the operating revenue changes and the operating costs. It is a net decrease, even though we have increased some funding towards the Saturday Hopper service. So I've got Kelly Zanheiser, Deputy Director, and Deborah Mullen, our Transit Manager, with me to answer any questions that the board may have on this item.
Any questions?
I think this just follows along with what we had previously discussed. It's a budgetary cleanup is all it is, and just putting it out there so that when we get to September, we don't have to make any other adjustments. I appreciate the upfront effort.
Thank you.
Any questions from the any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Further deliberations, or is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Clapp.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we usually take a break at 10:15. I imagine this next item, 10:15. I imagine this next item might take more than 5 minutes. So why don't we take our break now and come back at 10:10?
Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Before we break, is it possible that we need to have 4/5 vote on this next item? It wasn't agendized as such. Is that important? Okay. All right.
Correct.
Just to be sure. Thank you.
So if there's no objection by the board, we will we'll stand adjourned on break until 10:10. Thank you. Very well. We're coming back together. Madam Clerk, item 25.
Item 25 is from Public Works to authorize the board chair to, 1, execute rental agreement with Acro Bridge for rental and delivery of a temporary bridge on Blagan Road, White Pines, California, in the amount of $77,220, including tax, for a 12-month rental, with an additional 12-month rental rate of $1,800 plus tax per month. 2, execute a professional services agreement between KW Emerson Incorporated and Calaveras County for the installation of temporary bridge on Main Street, Blagan Road, White Pines, California, project for an amount not to exceed $170,910 and an expiration date of August 16, 2017. And 3, authorize payment of project from general fund source to be identified with reimbursement anticipated to be received from FEMA and Cal OES at a future date.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Jeff Grovitz, Public Works. I've been in front of you, I think, 4 times now on this item, which is a temporary emergency opening of the Blagan Road over Big Trees Creek. We've gone through a number of iterations and progress. Things continue to change, but the item before you today does 2 things. It changes the direction that the board had previously given to Public Works for the purchase of a bridge and changes it to a rental of a bridge to meet program requirements for reimbursement through Cal OES and FEMA, and second, to award a construction contract for the assembly, setting, securing of the bridge, and then building up of the approach roadway so that we can reopen a 1-lane bridge with a pedestrian path on a temporary basis in order to proceed with the longer project, which would be permanent repairs, replacement of the culvert that was washed out during the floods of early January. I think rather than, I don't want to go backwards, but the initial estimates for rental, not rental, but for purchase of the bridge were done, engineers' estimates that I did back in February and March. When we actually got purchase orders for both purchase and rental, the costs went up. I also estimated the cost to install the bridge using some local contractors, talking about the costs that were anticipated. They were in the $80,000 to $90,000 range back in March when I provided the estimate for the request for a temporary bridge at Blagan to FEMA and Cal OES. That have since gone up when we actually did the bid in the summertime when contractors are flush with work. In addition to the adding of debris removal, removing the old culvert from within the creek, the old head wall that's been collapsed, the backfill on the culvert, so that we can have a more free-flowing situation as we go through the next winter or 2 while we're proceeding with engineering and environmental clearance for the permanent project. Changes since I've been in front of you at the end of May include the fact that we now have a project worksheet from FEMA for the temporary bridge, using the estimates that were provided to them last March, and of course the response to the construction proposals that we received on July the 6th. So Public Works is progressing under the direction received from board at the recommendation of Public Works. Changes have occurred, but here we are today with hopefully an item that the board can approve, and we can move ahead with construction and have that road opened up within the next 30 days. Questions?
Jeff, in rental versus purchase, the concern that I would draw would be the timeline it would be needed to actually replace that bridge. And is a 1-year rental sufficient here, or are we going to be looking at extending the 2-year into a 3-year kind of thing? I mean, what's our timeline on the actual replacement of the bridge?
My estimate on the permanent replacement, due to the amount of time it's going to take to clear NEPA and engineering studies, was 24 to 30 months was the estimate that I put together last March. Nothing has really come along to change my mind. We have to start with a preliminary design with hydraulic and hydrology to determine what's going to be the appropriate structure to handle the new flow regime that we discovered this winter. Then it can go to environmental clearance for endangered species, archaeological resources, and all of the other requirements. So, yeah, it's a long term. The issue, of course, is that in a temporary condition, FEMA is not wanting the county to go with a purchase because it may be considered as a betterment or the county profiting from a disaster. And I believe that FEMA also believes that a rental will encourage a faster replacement.
So should we be really just thinking more along the lines of an additional $45,000 for the next 2 years beyond this initial contract and just lay that out there now so that we don't be looking at this in a month-to-month beyond?
I've provided estimates for a 2-year rental, and I would assume that if we get closer to the 2-year point in time, we'll have a better idea of where we're at with the permanent repair project and adjust at the time. It's somewhat of a convoluted process in that we have to move ahead with the replacement before we actually know what we're doing. We've experienced that with our trees, our debris, ash programs. Almost all disaster recovery programs kind of follow the same schematic, where the entity, which would be the county, proceeds with recovery projects while at the same time attempting to get approval and funding as you're going along. But looking at the schedules, you see how it doesn't always work in a linear fashion.
I guess what I would be looking more towards then is a 2-year rental with a month-to-month beyond that up to 12 months, and having it in that kind of a contract would not bring it back to the board for a constant revision. You'd have a one-time approval to go forward at this point.
That would probably be a good idea if I wasn't under a gun to get this temporary bridge in place. It is what's known as a Category B, which means an emergency opening. I have 6 months from the date of the declaration to be able to get that temporary bridge in place. I have asked for a 2-week extension already and received it based on these changes. So if I stop at this point in time and come back to the board with a changed package, meaning a 24-month rental or a 30-month rental or a 36-month rental, I will have to make a subsequent request for extension of the program, and we will delay the awarding of these contracts, the purchase order and the contract.
Just having a conversation here.
No,
try to
understand.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Jeff, I just have one question. I'm looking at the agreements, the rental agreements, and at the bottom of it, it talks about at the end of 2 years, you can purchase the bridge for $100.
That's correct.
So it leads into 2 questions to me. Does this mean that if we need it for 30 months instead of 24, that we can only purchase it and save the amount of money, or will they still continue to rent at $1,800 a month? And if we do purchase it for $100, does that throw FEMA out the window in reimbursement costs?
So I'm going to answer the second one first. If we purchase after 24 months the bridge for a sum of $100, does it throw our FEMA reimbursement out the window? Potentially, yes. I haven't had a chance to have that conversation with my FEMA representative yet, but I shall. And then the first part of your question was, does the rental continue at $1,800 a month after the 24 months? Again, I don't know the answer to that. I have not circled back with ACRO yet. Absolutely. I will answer those questions and get back to the board.
Mine would be to Megan. If I'm not mistaken, we have a resolution on the books now to purchase the bridge. Is that correct?
I believe that the board did adopt a resolution.
Will we have to dissolve that resolution before we could go with this, or are we buying a bridge and renting a bridge?
The resolution would need to ultimately be rescinded, so if this board directs staff and approves this request today, the previous resolution would need to be brought forward to this board for rescission.
Megan, could we just put a motion forward to dissolve that previous and take this, or would you have to do it the paperwork the way you did?
I would recommend if the board does approve this, that staff would bring that resolution forward for rescission at a later board date.
Thank you.
And that would likely be just on the consent agenda.
With some good comments, Gary. It seems, from a taxpayer's point of view, we would need to look at what the cost would be to go through the process of engineering a new bridge and building that versus not getting reimbursement for the temporary bridge. It appears that the temporary bridge is pre-engineered and it has a long potential lifespan, maybe 100 years. So that clause that allows the bridge to be purchased for $100 seems to be a blessing for the taxpayer's point of view. As far as the regulations from the federal government, we may have some light at the end of the tunnel due to the present administration's efforts in reducing the amount of regulations and is an incentive to improve the economy. So it looks good. In 2 years, we can own that bridge and not have to go through the process of building another one. That makes sense. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Bertha Underhill from CCWD. And as opposed to Jeff, he's been here 4 times. I'm here 3 times and 3 times a charm. And I'm loving this agenda item. And I just had a couple of questions on this. And that's the fact that you're going to be executing an agreement with Emerson. And this KW Emerson is all over the county. And I just, I'm just so happy that you were able to award the bid to him. The other thing that I wanted to say is that you told him that he was going to have an expiration date of August the 16th, which is great timing because the Moose will have a car show on August the 19th. And we all know what the Moose Lodge has been going through for the last, how many months? 6 months, 7 months, 8 months now, loss of revenue. And so I am just absolutely thrilled with this item. And then I do want to say on behalf of CCWD, we will be offering you all the moral support and collaboration that you need. So we're there, and thank you so much.
Bill Wilson, District 1. Rental bridge, what a great idea. $77,000, another $26,000 for another year, and then you can buy it for $100. If you guys don't want to buy it, I'll take it. Okay? I got $100.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Further discussion, deliberation? I do have anything.
I know we'd originally spoke to purchasing the outright the bridge on and using teeter funds, so obviously that won't be needed.
I think you got a good point.
I just,
We've got an increased cost too, so.
yeah.
I want to clarify that the last board action identified that teeter funds would fund this project, and that staff was directed to seek reimbursement from both government entities as well as stakeholders, which we have been doing. Remember that all disaster recovery programs under the purview of county government are a reimbursement by nature, so that the county must pay and then seek reimbursement for eligible costs. We're further along that road than we were the last time we met, but again, there's no absolute guarantees. We cannot use public works funds from any of the divisions that we've got to fund this. That's been expressly prohibited because of the nature of those funds. They're protected from expenditure. And so it necessarily must come out of an identified fund, either a general fund or a teeter fund. So the current action or the current direction of the board is that it would come out of teeter funds with potential reimbursement from the federal government, but it would also include an addition of $70,000 for the increased scope of work on this program, or the increased cost, not the scope of work, but the increased cost based on our actual bids and our actual purchase orders. I hope that clarifies.
So the item is that we'll need to forfeit, if this is moved forward, we'll need a forfeit vote because it's going to be transferring additional funds outside the cycle, and it'll be dedicated from the teeter fund.
Right.
Clarification.
About $244,000. I mean, the total cost would be around $244,000. Previously, we agreed to $200,000 out of teeter funds, and this is a reimbursement situation, so we need to put the money forward.
Is there a motion?
So moved, Chair.
Moved by Supervisor Mills. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinali. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimous.
Thank you very much. I'll move ahead with this.
Thank you. Item number 26.
Item 26 is from the Building Department to approve the contract with Matthew L. Brown for eradication of illegal and unregistered cannabis cultivation sites in the amount not to exceed $250,000 for a term of 1 year from date of approval.
Good morning, Vice Chair Garamendi and Board. I want to start off with some statistics on this program to kind of segue into the contract approval or request. As of yesterday, the county ordered abate 8. Out of that, the county abated 5, which processed about 11 totes, which I hear about 27 gallons of totes. Approximately county abated, the plant count is 1,323. The volunteer abatements through the hearings has been 32, so it's been very successful. Approximate voluntary plant count is 4,039. With the approximate fines of $192,000, and out of that total site is 78. So the total plants with combined abatement and volunteer, we have 5,362 plants, and we're just ramping up. As you can see, we have 78, and we've done 5 out of the 8. We have over 50% of them volunteer, which is saving the county quite a bit of money. With that said, district citations per district. District 1, we had 19. District 2, we had 37. District 3, 1. And District 4, 7. District 5, 12 citations. And we had 2 that were straddling 2 districts, which is interesting. you know, how that works. They're growing across the lines. Yeah. Right, oh, right. Yeah. And so I wanted to, first of all, recognize the staff and everyone involved, because they're wrapping up. It's a lot of hard work, and the code enforcement staff is working really hard out there ramping this up, because the ramp up is really the issue, because it takes time to do that. And with that said, the ramp up of these actions, we're asking the board to approve $250,000 each, 2 separate contracts, totaling $500,000. We don't foresee using all this money, especially we don't have an unknown how many are volunteer or not volunteer, but as you can see, we're getting fines and some resist, and we do have to abate, which is a costly endeavor. I went out on Friday, the first abatement. It's like $535. It's definitely an operation to go out there with the SO, the sheriff, and staff, and have the staff out there chop each plant by hand, put it in a pile, put it in a bunker, have, you know, a guided jump truck go down to the thing. It's an operation. So that's why we want to make sure that we don't run out of money, funds for this abatement process, because that is important to the board. I know that. I do want to point out in the staff report that there was an error in the staff report on the financing. It indicates that marijuana program fee fund will be reimbursed from the billing department back from the cannabis money. Well, that's not the case. Basically, as you know, we can't pay out advance costs through the marijuana or cannabis, because it may cease to exist to the ban. So we do want to, the cost recovery comes in installments, and we want to make sure that we get the money back. And so there's a better way to pay this. So we're proposing through the billing department nuisance abatement, which we're asking for an intertransfer budget of $200,000 nuisance abatement from to go back into there to make the civil abatement program $500,000 to the budget. So I want to kind of leave it at that. If there's any questions on the contract, the contracts work right now a sole source approach. It's a very specialty thing. We're not going out. We're going to go out on RFP later to look at more contractors out there. But at this case, it's not a project or anything else. These are contractors that we have worked in the past, and I want to award them right now just to ramp up, because the big numbers are going to be coming in August once we get the big numbers in there. So I'll leave that up for questions if you have any other things in regards to the contracts in front of you.
Questions on the board?
Your microphone's on.
Seeing none, is there any public comment?
He mentioned that this is just ramping up, so we're ramping up for $500,000 that's going to come out of the general fund, I guess. He said it couldn't come out of the regulation or the registration fees. So what would be the next leap on this? We're $500,000 in for eradication of 20 grows, 30 grows. We've got 600 we know about, right? There's 600 grows out there that are unregistered, illegal, either cartel, under canopy, we don't know. But we know 600 are out there, and we're talking about $500,000 at under 100 grows. How many grows do we get for $500,000 in eradication?
Hey, why don't we see if there's other public comment? I need you just addressing his questions.
Bill McManus. I think before people start assuming that the county is going to be $500,000 in the hole for some abatements, maybe they understand the process and avail themselves of going to the cannabis hearings, where you will see that whether they vacate or self-abate, or if they're ordered to abate, the amounts to do that incurred by the county are assigned to somebody that's in that room, whether it be the property owner if he's leasing it out, or to the grower. They work all that out in cannabis court. And so you might want to go there and see how it's working. So even though there might be a delay in getting the money, this is not a straight dump of money out of the general fund. This is money that's going to come back to the county via asset forfeiture. Along with that, it would be nice if, getting the statistics today was kind of nice, if there was a central place where we could get this information. The committee that I work with, we have literally thousands of people who rely on us for information, and we like to get that information out to them. So if there's been an authorized abatement in their neighborhood, it would be nice to let them know that it happened on purpose, that the county had something to do with it. Along with that, those thousands of people out there become even more pairs of eyes that can keep an eye on those lots and parcels. Having heard the story that right after one of them was abated, it was instantly replanted, and then they had to go out and abate it again. So you do have some people that can keep an eye on this property because it's in their neighborhood. And if they see activity on those parcels, and we know that with the above ground method of growing the marijuana in the pots, they tend to creep around the county. Very quickly, they can be loaded in the back of a truck with a forklift, transported somewhere else. We've seen grows and burson show up in Douglas Flat. Similar changes have been noted. And so the last question I would have, I don't know if I'll get answered here today, this is not really the item for it. Is there a definition between self-abatement and harvest so that we know that the plants are gone, but do we know where they went and how they got there? And are they underground or in fancy glass jars? So, thank you.
Ben, you had public comment?
You guys for more than 3 minutes. Mr. McManus is partially right that the full intention of this, when I read through the agenda packet, is to spend the money initially to get this done and then go back and look for return through code compliance, fines, liens applied to assessed tax values. But I need to remind the board that in the past I have brought up SB 443 that was passed in September of 2016 by the state, making it harder for you to do asset forfeiture on property without actually having a criminal indictment. And so from what I understand, the process you're following to apply the code compliance fines to assess tax values so that you can move forward on asset forfeiture within, let's say, 5 years of non-payment, you will have to send it to a court. And there will have to be a hearing to apply that, continuing further costs. Now, we all know this is needed. We all want the illegal grows done. And I'm glad that you're moving forward on applying a value on actually moving forward on these. $500,000. The way I read it is it's not applied value. It's they did a workup per hour of usage of equipment and labor costs for these contractors. So depending on the size of the grow and so on and so forth, as you move forward, these will be applied through the actual costs of the contractor through the hourly rates for equipment and labor used. That's how they apply what the cost is moving forward. I just want you guys to keep in mind SB 443, and there is certain conflicts with state law, federal law, so on and so forth, and applying asset forfeiture is not an easy avenue to go to obtain your money in the future. Thank you.
Further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back. Ed, do you want to say any last couple points?
Yeah, just quickly, I just want to respond to the comments from the public. We will put like a dashboard on the website that, according to Ethan, we can do that and then have like a rolling number so the public knows how we're going along. And also just, the money does come through the civil abatement program process that does go to the tax rolls and abatement through the TIER fund process. Ethan could give some really detailed questions on the legalese of that and also even address the other comments if you'd like, if he's here.
Do you have anything you want to add?
Yeah, sure. The terminology has been a little bit confusing on the public comments. In no event are we going to do asset forfeiture. That's a criminal animal. When a person has an involuntary abatement done on their property, it's subject to an abatement lien. That is the exact same animal under the government code as a property tax. So it becomes an assessment on the property, and their property will be sold in a tax lien sale. It's not subject to any of the requirements or restrictions of asset forfeiture. It's a totally different animal.
Thank you for that clarification. Questions from the board? Discussion?
I think more comment is that the ability to use independent to help us get this done in a more timely fashion is critical. We are under a time constraint, and I'm certain that those growers who are out there doing this illegally understand as well that we are moving forward. So they're going to do everything they can to hasten the harvest before we get there. So I'm just very pleased to see that we're stepping into this realm and doing it quickly and being willing to try to get as much of it accomplished as we can before the end of the season.
Correct.
I would echo Supervisor Mills' comments. I'm really glad that we're making progress, and I think we get a lot of feedback in my district from the letters that went out, and people appreciate seeing movement against bad guys. And thank you. Make sure we
Again, I want to recognize
sure
the hard staff code enforcement's doing. The staff is really working hard to make this happen.
They are. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think you got the next one, too.
Item 27 is from Building to approve the contract with Fisk Demolition for eradication of illegal unregistered cannabis cultivation sites in the amount not to exceed $250,000 for a term of 1 year from date of approval.
Again, we're asking the board to approve this as a duplicate of the last, it's two contractors, total $500,000.
Any questions from the board?
And to this point, then, you're going to be doing some kind of monitoring of how this is working for us and be able to provide the board some feedback with the success and challenges.
Correct, yeah. We're going to collect data, and we're going to come up with, like Tim was asking, a weekly cost, everything else. We're collecting that data, so we'll be able to bring some more statistics for you to start looking at the total run
And as
costs.
it moves forward, then you'll be able to firm up what it is costing per plant. I referred to Madera County where they said it's $500 per plant. We may eventually come down to a number. We may get close, but it's all subject to, we're in the baby stages of trying to understand these costs right now.
That is correct. And that's why we want to do that dashboard, and we have some of the basic information there.
Now, as part of these abatements, one of the other questions that came up in my mind was when we run into chemicals that are banned in the United States or that we need to mitigate, and I know you're working with environmental health on that. That is a whole separate issue.
That's a separate issue, yes,
So
sir.
we want to just clarify that we're not talking about anything else other than strictly abatement. This is
Abatement,
not
yeah.
environmental crimes. This is not watershed problems or anything else. This is strictly abatement.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Any public comment?
Just to clarify, so a special assessment lien can be opposed to recover costs of abatement, including administrative costs. These special assessment liens are superior in priority to a mortgage or deed, regardless of date recordation. To use a lien to collect fines, however, a court judgment is required, and they would not be superior to prior recorded liens?
Let's finish public comment, and then we'll bring it up. Is there other public comment?
Again, how many future grows that are out there now that we know about of the 600 are being addressed with this $500,000 is all my question is.
Bill McManus. It's a timely discussion right now as far as trying to establish what the abatements actually cost. We've had some initial discussions with environmental health, and right now there is no protocol in place to do things like take soil and water samples, but it's something they'd like to do. We suggested that they use the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors denials, if you will, of appeals for marijuana grows as maybe the pipeline to start putting some of this into environmental health so they can go out and check it. They can develop their protocols. They can come up with what the appropriate costs are, and then that can be added into the cost at that time rather than going back and getting another bite of the apple later on. So if anything that's being abated or denied could have a visit from environmental health, I think it would be cost effective. Plus, I think it would provide a certain amount of safety for county and county workers and county contracted workers who go out to sites and they don't know what's there. When you find out about it afterwards, then the county might be liable for damages. If people get sick, there could be unintended exposures, and even unemployment or workman's comp could be affected downstream if someone were to get sick 5 or 6 years from now or longer, and come to find out it was from a chemical they came in contact with at an abated marijuana site. So there's lots of positives to do it now, and just get them going, and not make it a requirement, but let them develop their protocol and see how it works out and come up with some numbers that they can give you. And then we can start charging that in the beginning, don't have to go back for it later, and we can protect some people in the process. Thank you.
Seeing no further public comment, bring it back to the board. Staff, would you like to say any last words?
Yeah, Ethan will comment on.
Yeah, just to clarify Mr. Stopper's comment. An assessment lien is a tax lien. Its priority is only it's the highest priority next to a IRS tax lien, and it can be sold by Barbara Sullivan at a tax lien sale in 5 years. So that's how that would work. I mean, and it remains to be seen how many people will pay on their assessment rolls when they get their tax bills. We'll see this winter, and those that don't, those that abandon their property will end up being sold at a tax lien sale.
Very well. Back to the board.
Well, I'm sure over time, too, we'll be able to develop the statistics on just how much you'll be able to recover on those liens within the first 12 months, those that will go out 5 years, et cetera. So, like I said, as this goes forward, you'll be able to see better what those projections are. We know what our recovery rates are right now on some of these issues, but again, it just remains, we've got to gather the data and push it over time and see what it's going to come out to be.
Any other questions, or do we have a motion? I'm sorry.
Did you still have a question?
Well, I think there was another question asked both on this item and the previous item that was not answered. If you could address somewhat, maybe the idea of how many abatements for this amount of money, I think the question was asked.
It depends on how fast code enforcement is able to issue citations, and the cost really depends on the extent to which we have voluntary abatement. At this time, we have over 50% voluntary abatement, and this is not where these are verified abatements, where we see dead plants cut down. And in one instance, a person did remove their pots off of the property, and in another instance, a person abated it voluntarily and then replanted, and we abated their plants again. So these voluntary abatements they're actually cutting down plants. And so when we don't know what the cost will be or how many we're going to be done, as Ed indicated in the beginning, it's not likely that we're going to go through this whole 500,000, but we don't want to get to a position where we have abatement orders and don't have the workers to carry them out.
Well, thank you for addressing the question.
Yeah.
We have a motion.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Clerk, number 28. I think planning
Item
is set up.
28 is from the Planning Department to adopt an ordinance amending the zoning of real property in Calaveras County from rural residential, RR-5, to residential agricultural, RA, for Jed Richardson.
All right, thank you very much. As stated before, this is for a zoning amendment for Jed Richardson to change a property over from rural residential to residential agriculture. This property, located on Cave City Road and Mountain Ranch, currently, the uses include a single-family dwelling, vineyard, and organic farm. And as will be mentioned later in the presentation, there's also a current cannabis registration on the property. There is currently no immediate change of use proposed for this property, just possible future expansion of what's going on already with the agricultural operations. As I said before, this is located at 7653 Cave City Road near Mountain Ranch on the corner of Michael Road and Cave City Roads. Here's an aerial of the property. And you can see the vineyards, the greenhouses, and the home there near the southwest corner. Previously was 2 parcels. They have been merged to create a single 12.85 acre parcel. There has not been a new APN assigned yet, which is why it's showing up as 2 APNs and not everything that we have. The site is developed including single-family dwelling, vineyard, greenhouse used for organic farming, and a couple of those greenhouses are also leased out for that registered cannabis operation. And there's a detached garage with a couple other accessory structures.
Can you restate that, what you said?
I said a couple of the greenhouses on the property are for the leased cannabis registration.
Thank you.
The area surrounding is a mix of RR, RAU, and AP zoning. 5 of the 7 adjacent parcels are zoned for rural residential. Now, within 1,000 feet of this property, there are multiple agriculturally zoned parcels.
Scott, can I ask you to speak into the microphone?
Oh, sorry.
We're not getting
You're not getting me?
transmitted. Yeah.
Is that better? Maybe? A little louder? Yes. Okay. As I said, there are several agriculturally zoned parcels within approximately 1,000 feet of this property. There are 2 RA zone parcels to the east, RA zone parcel directly to the south, and an ag preserve parcel to the west. Now, to get into the aspects of zoning, the RR zone is intended to mainly provide lands for personal ranches in which the residential use is the primary land use, to also have some small-scale farming, but the main focus is residential. The RA zoning, on the other hand, has equal emphasis on both agriculture and residential, and also the same provide lands for small-scale and personal-scale ranching and farming. The RA zone is compatible in all land use designations within the general plan. Now, there are some differences, of course, between the 2 zonings. RA zoning will allow for some increased traffic to the site. Uses that would allow that include 12 special events per year, on-farm sales, roadside stands, and a tasting room for a vineyard or winery. Now, all those increased opportunities are restricted. No off-site parking is permitted for those activities, and which inherently limits the size and scale of these things to be appropriate for the size of parcel. So if you have a very large parcel, you can have larger events, larger activities, smaller parcels, smaller events, smaller activities. And as always, all things must observe the county noise ordinance limits. Now, possible impacts with this include, of course, the increased traffic. There's a current encroachment on Cave City Road. Public Works has no additional requirements to make any modifications to that encroachment. Cave City Road, if you're familiar with the area, as well as Michael Road at that intersection, does receive quite a bit of traffic, especially during the summer months, it being the designated route to Calaveras Caverns Historic Park, or California Caverns, sorry, I'm using the old name. And there are many houses and other agriculture operations in the area. So turning this over to residential agriculture, we don't believe it will have any significant effect on traffic volume in the area. Here is a street view of the entrance to the property. As you can see, the California Caverns sign is there right in front, telling people this is the way you should go. And as you can tell, there's the driveway doesn't have the largest parking area in the world there, so that would inherently limit any parking on site, especially for roadside sales. There's not much room at the roadside. We did a CEQA initial study. During the time, we received one comment letter. They had concerns regarding increased traffic and general impact to the area. Those impacts were addressed in the study, and no additional impacts were mentioned. Since that time, some other comment letters have been received. You've had access to those. Some of the concerns raised are the cannabis registration on site. We believe that the cannabis registration isn't germane to this application because it's under the urgency ordinance. Cannabis registration is allowed in RR. It's also allowed in RA. That doesn't affect its current registration. This site has been 100% compliant in everything up to this point under ban ordinance that staff has been directed to draft, or under any current or any other future regulatory ordinance. There is no reason to not believe that this site would not continue to be compliant in whatever the board decides to do with the cannabis issue. Other concerns that were raised are impacts of agriculture. A site has had a working vineyard since 2003, so general impacts of agriculture should be well established by this point. There was a concern that was raised with water and wells. In that area of the county, it's fractured rock aquifers and the Cave City water system, and it's hard to tell who affects whose water, if at all. There's no good way to see how that happens. Mr. Richardson is going to talk about his well a little bit later when he comes up for his comment. But that was the main concerns raised in those comment letters. To conclude, the Planning Commission reviewed this and has recommended the Board of Supervisors that they pass this zoning amendment, and the planning staff recommends that as well, that you adopt the ordinance to amend the zoning of this property from rural residential to residential agriculture.
Thank you very much. Discussion by the board? Oh, we're hearing, I'm sorry. We're doing a hearing? No, that's just one. Okay. Sorry, discussion by the board.
Peter, I noticed when you were showing the location and stuff, it showed where you had to see it said the cave road or on that. I didn't see an encroachment permit. Was there an encroachment permit on that? Because I didn't see any encroachment on that road. It looked like it was gravel right to the road, right there. How did that happen?
May I answer that?
Sure.
Please.
Okay. I have two commercial encroachments. Sorry. I'm Jed Richardson. I have two commercial encroachments that have been approved by Public Works and all permitted.
So you just ran gravel to the road and that they signed that off?
No, that's concrete. It's not
it's a
gravel.
concrete
Yeah,
apron?
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sure.
Thank you. Could you kind of give us a summary of all of the permitted uses or potential uses under an RA zone? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but oh, somebody already has it. Very good. Thank you. Just so there's clarity of what an RA zone could potentially be.
Sorry about that. All right, so agricultural operations, which is the same as RR. We have, what else we got here? We have greenhouse and wholesale nursery, small winery, wood yard. I don't see that really happening in the future, but on-farm sales, roadside stand, produce stand, tasting room, U-Pick operations. Agritourism's the same. Question facilities the same. We have special events, 12 per year. Contractor base yard. Rural vet clinic. None of these things are similar. Possible truck yard. Possible child daycare with 12 or fewer children. That sums most of it up.
Okay.
Landscaping services is on there.
Okay, thank you. Could you put a pig ranch on it, on that zone?
I don't think so. Not that size of parcel.
Say standard farming practices anywhere.
Well, that's the problem is right now, Title 17 is so vague that we actually have property on a straight residential that you could have 100 goats on it. And until they clean up the Title 17 where it's more specific, I'd have a hard time approving any new zone for anything.
Well, hog farms, swine, that's actually enumerated in the code. Goats is one of those odd areas where, technically speaking, you might be able to get away with it in R1 zoning if you have the right lawyer. But for, like you said, pig farm, that's enumerated, and I'm not seeing that on here, so you'd have to have A1 for something like that.
Do you have a question? I do have, and most of my questions I'll reserve till after public comment because some of them may come up at that time. But the one question I do have at this time is Is this property currently part of a subdivision, and does it have HOA fees?
I don't believe it has any HOA.
No, it was originally subdivided from a larger property, but there is no homeowners association or fees or anything of the sort, so.
Yeah, thank you.
And I actually spoke with the developer of it this morning, Phil Alberts, and he indicated that when it was subdivided, it was intended that the use be for both agriculture and residential under the terms at that time.
Is there a name associated with this subdivision?
Something Meadows, I don't know. Yeah, I don't remember offhand. Yeah, but there's nothing restrictive in that. Okay, yeah.
No further questions from the board. Public comment?
Vice Chair,
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify the distinction between public hearings versus appeal hearings. In the board rules and procedures, Rule 21 is public hearings. Zoning amendments are technically public hearings. They are not considered appeal hearings because it's not an appeal before the board. I think that the board is used to the procedures under the appeal hearing section, which is Rule 22. So I wanted the clarification that this is in fact a public hearing, but it's not an appeal hearing. There is discretion in the chair. The rules do lay out that for public comment or public comments for public hearings are limited to 5 minutes per person, but that too is subject to the chair's discretion. So it is certainly in your discretion to limit it to 3 minutes or to the 5 minutes that is allowed under the board rules and procedures. Other than that, the only thing with public hearings is once the board receives all of the evidence that it is going to receive before deliberating and making a decision, the chair would need to close the public hearing. And it is officially open through the presentation. So once all of the public comments and all of the evidence is presented, formally closing the hearing, essentially no more evidence is going to be received before the board deliberates and takes action. So that is really the only distinction in public hearings versus any other item on the agenda. But I wanted to clarify the distinction between appeal hearings, public hearings, and any run-of-the-mill agenda item.
Okay. How many people would like to speak in public comment on this subject? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, we're going to stick with 3 minutes. That's all right. And just open for public comment now.
Good morning. I don't usually talk like this, so I'll apologize up front. I'm a resident of Mountain Ranch and have been for 42 years on Michael Road. And I got through the devastation of the fire only to face another devastation. These pot farms have ruined Mountain Ranch, absolutely ruined it. And now for somebody to ask for a commercial license up there is devastating to me. I live just down the road from this place. And on this picture, it looks very wide road, massive. It's a very rural, narrow road. It's a beautiful little road. And this makes it look much, much more massive than it really is. We don't have that kind of parking up there. We don't want that kind of a commercial business up there. We moved here because it was rural. And most of the people on Michael Road have moved there for that reason. And to draw these kinds of people up here to this little rural area would be a shame. I spend 20 minutes a day picking up trash now across the front of my property. Now, if we draw hundreds of people up here more, there's so much trash on the road, you couldn't believe it. But anyway, I just wanted to let you know, and thank you very much for your time.
Bill Wilson. I've been on that road. I've hauled equipment on that road for people. It's narrow, but you don't really have a choice. All it seems to be is he's asking for a designation that he is more agriculture than residential. Everything around him seems to be agriculture or rural agriculture. I don't see any problem with a vineyard. We're not complaining about the vineyard here. The only issue may be that they also have a commercial grow that you all are going to ban anyway, so why shouldn't it be RA? He can improve his organic farm, he can sell produce, or he can sell grapes.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Dodge from Mountain Ranch, your district. We own on the graphic that he showed, we own the RA parcel that's directly across the street. It's very large. We have had my father-in-law is a big farmer like Jed. He's had a produce stand in front of our property. We do raise animals for our own use. We do have grapes for our own use. We are not commercial in that regard. Known Jed a long time. We have, Jim and I, my husband and I, have no problem with the agricultural aspects of this whatsoever. We have a huge problem with the commercial grow. In my opinion, my husband's opinion, and I think what Sharon Rignette was trying to say, is that the quality of life of those of us who moved up here for a rural lifestyle and retirement and put all of our assets into our homes is being adversely affected by the marijuana. You'd have to live in Mountain Ranch, go to Sender's Market, and have lived here before to really understand what has happened and what is continuing to happen with the inflow of this industry. Now, we do not object to Jed's zoning for the agricultural aspects of it. We do object, though, to having this constant flow of marijuana, legal and illegal, and not ever knowing if it's going to ever end. When are we going to get a ban or not get a ban? I agreed with Mr. Tunnow's letter that he sent out in the Calaveras Enterprise. We need a decision. We need to be able to move on. In terms of this particular property, and I spoke to Jed before this started, we were also concerned about the noise and the traffic of a tasting room. What were his plans? And he said, well, we hadn't talked about that in advance, which we would be willing to do. But my husband and I were very concerned about a tasting room and a commercial pot grow operation on the same property. Does that mean that his samples are going to find their way onto his tasting room counter? I mean, are we now opening the door to anybody who has a commercial grow can sell cannabis from their property in their tasting room? What does this mean? Thank you very much.
Hey there. Reed Larson, Mountain Ranch. I'm the registered cultivator at 7653 Cave City Road. There's about 6,300 square feet of cultivation area there. Between market forces, the county's inability to operate or to regulate cannabis businesses in this county, taxation, all the above, I'm not going to be able to cultivate marijuana at 7653 Cave City Road anymore. So I want everyone to know that this is more about Jed's organic vineyard, or organic vegetable production, his vineyard and grape wine production, and being a great neighbor. Thanks, guys.
My name's Lou Bumpus. I live to the east. I definitely have a problem with all these grapes. We live in a residential area. It's 5 acres. All of a sudden, this guy just puts in all these extra grapes next to my land in the last 2 years, and my water tank is going dry, and I'm paying $300 to fill it up. I don't understand how that's possible, that someone can use all the water up, and I don't have any rights to it. If we allow him to have rural agriculture, then I give up completely my rights to ever dig another well, because the planning department can deny my permit. I've already wrote a letter to the planning department over this, and they lost it. I hand-delivered it to them, and they lost my letter. They still had the meeting, and now they're saying there was only one letter wrote, but there was two. And I brought it to you guys also. I dropped it off at the office the other day along with my letter to you. And I do not appreciate with anything that could be taken away the rights of all the other people around us. And that's when our water does go dry. We have 2 ponds within a half mile of our house. Those ponds always were full of water all summer. Right now, they're about at quarter capacity. So something is taking the water out of the ground. And I know me and my wife aren't taking the water out of the ground. I have a meter on my well. I'm using 100 gallons a day. So somebody's using the water in our local area. And I don't plan on giving them my rights for that reason. I only wrote that letter for one reason, and that's not to give up my right to sue. Thank you.
Just for clarity, just having read the agenda packet and also the agenda here, it says he's going from rural residential to residential agriculture. Is that not residential? It's rural agriculture, correct?
It's residential agriculture.
Okay, so it's residential agriculture. So it's still considered a residential designation, RA.
RA, yeah, it's equal emphasis on agriculture and residential.
Okay, thank you. Also, I would, the use being as it is on the property right now falls within compliance of the urgency ordinance. And if in the future that you do decide to pass a ban, at that point, either way, it would be removed from the property. So the debate on marijuana does not necessarily have anything to do with this classification when it comes to our land use designation here. And that debate should be dropped in my mind. Thank you.
Okay. One more public comment.
Bill McManus. Talking about a potential ban, a future ban. It's kind of a myth right now. We hear about it, but I've heard about unicorns and mermaids too. Nothing's happened. The time is slipping away. Efforts on this whole thing, we dither along with it. So what we're going to be left with is a property that may or may not be suitable, depending on whether there's a ban or not a ban, or what kind of ban we get. I'm not familiar enough. I'm pretty familiar with the urgency orders, but it kind of perplexes me as to whether public events can be held near a marijuana grow under the urgency ordinance, which we're talking about 12 events a year at a marijuana grow, around a marijuana grow. I don't know what that might be. And we also have the vineyards there. Now, is RA a prerequisite for putting this property into the Williamson Act? And could the monies from the vineyard be used to qualify all of the property? Because I think it's only like a $2,000 show of funds to get into the Williamson Act. So it's just a question. I don't know. There's a lot of squirrely things going on around here on this particular one. But I am concerned about the special events. I'm concerned about public access and public events at a marijuana grow. And I don't think we should rely on a ban anytime soon that's going to fix this problem. So you may want to hold off until after you do decide this issue. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more public comment, one more. Two more.
Hello, my name is Sarah Kancianich. I'm a fourth-generation Calaveras County resident. This is my first meeting, and I know that you've discussed everything in this room regarding marijuana regulation. I'm sitting here and I see this guy as a legitimate businessman. I see him making improvements to the land. I see commerce as a positive thing for our community. I see tax revenue. I see an increase in funds for a police force that is almost non-existent right now. So I'm all for him having a legitimate grow. I have 2 young children in this community. I'm not afraid of his vineyard or of his greenhouses with marijuana. What I'm afraid of is this board's failure to not regulate marijuana and allow rogue, illegal growing, which is contaminating the soil, which is bringing cartels and mafia. That's the scary thing. Legal growers that are abiding by our rules and regulations are not scary. It seems like a legitimate business, and this state has legalized marijuana, and it will be widely dispersed throughout our state come January. And I just don't think it's going to be so concentrated here, and I don't think we should have all this fear-mongering. Thank you.
Good morning, Sam Cook from Mountain Ranch. I don't live anywhere near Jed and his vineyard and his commercial grow. My concern, maybe looking down to the future, if for some reason the board banned commercial cannabis growing in the county, but allowed it in agricultural areas, then we get into a hook here of, well, I can grow it because I'm RA instead of RR. RR is the worst place in the world to grow it. Having been in Mountain Ranch almost 27 years now, it'll be 27 years Labor Day, okay? And I'm not just a person who kind of lives there. I've participated in our community, which I really have not seen the cannabis growers do. They didn't come in to be good community members. They isolate themselves pretty much, except for one grower up there. Anyway, what I have seen since the Butte fire and having a cannabis grower behind me, who hopefully is being eradicated today, is that this issue of even legal commercial cannabis growing for medical marijuana, and I still don't understand how many people really need it, other than buying a $105 ticket on the internet. Anyway, what I have seen up there is it has torn the fabric of the community. So many good people have left, some because of the aftermath of the Butte fire, but many, many more good people have left because they can't stand all the aspects of cannabis grow around them and in their community. And, you know, if he wants to grow grapes and organic crops, wonderful. Okay, I have no problem with that. But the commercial cannabis aspect of it, I really disagree with. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more public comment, we will have a rebuttal from the applicant, and then we'll close the hearing. Read that part, Councilor.
Well, I'm Jed Richardson, and this is not necessarily a rebuttal, but just kind of a presentation of what I'd like to do. So I'm currently a grower producing premium wine grapes and organic vegetables. I purchased a sheep pasture in 1999 and planted my vineyard and built my home, moving there permanently in 2003 after a career as an engineering project manager. I have 7 acres of Syrah, Petite Syrah, Barbera, Malbec, and Tempranillo grapes under production. The grapes are under contract to 5 wineries in Murphy's, and I currently serve as president of the Calaveras Wine Alliance, which represents the grape growers and the wine industry in the county. I have a small organic vegetable business growing primarily heirloom tomatoes and peppers in greenhouses, as you can see in the photos. And maybe we could bring up the aerial view, please. Am I limited in my time on my presentation? Okay.
5 minutes, Chad.
Okay, sure. You can see the vegetable greenhouses to the left and top. That's basically what you can see from the road. And I try to take pictures that I gave you from the corners of the property so you can see, you know, what the view is from surrounding areas. The cannabis area is in the very center. The 2 long greenhouses and the one next to it. The 2 square metal buildings are part of my operation. And I think it's kind of been lost on the presentations or the comments so far that my grower just came up and said he's not going to grow anymore, so we're giving up the registration. I have no desire to continue that. So if that's a factor, it isn't anymore. Let's see. I have, on the organic vegetable business, I sell the vegetables at Sender's Market and to local farmers market. I've sold at Angels Farmers Market and also the local one here in San Andreas, and I'll be selling at the one in Mountain Ranch. I received a grant from the USDA for local food production. They have a program where they encourage local farmers to produce food locally, fresh food locally, and I participate in that.
As I said, I lease a little over 6,000 square feet to Reed, and the county has actually used that site as a training site for employees to show what a model cannabis grow should look like. But Reed has indicated that because of economic circumstances, he's not going to continue, and as I said, I have no desire to do that with someone else or on my own. So under my contract with Reed, all of that will come down at the end of the year. So, let's see. All the structures and improvements on my property are fully permitted. The source of water is a well rated at 75 gallons a minute. I currently pump at 15 to 20 gallons a minute at night only, primarily for the vineyard, and that's all through drip irrigation. I hold a state private applicator's license for pesticides, and like all farmers, I'm required to file monthly reports with the state. So my reason for rezoning is to reflect what's currently there. When I originally bought the property, I was told by the planning department that, you know, it's as long as it's you know, fairly small scale, and which it was intended to be at that time, you know, agriculture is fine in our zone. However, now, you know, agriculture is a major portion of this property, and I just want to rezone to reflect what's currently there. Because to not rezone would just put me in non-compliance. And, you know, what does that mean? Do I need to rip out the vineyard? So I'm just trying to do the right thing here, and I hope you agree with me. Yes, the RA zoning allows other uses. Scott, can we bring up the zoning, neighbor zoning too? So all of these, they're zone RA, and even the RRs, which are the large acreages to the south of mine, currently allow in the zoning code for small-scale wineries and tasting rooms. RR if it's more than 20 acres, and RR irrespective of size. So I believe the argument that it's going to increase the traffic in the area is not correct. I have no plans currently for a winery or a tasting room. I mean, it'd be nice if I had the money in the future, but that's not the current plan. And also the neighbors across the street currently have the ability to do that. And it seems somewhat disingenuous, you know, to reserve that right to themselves and exclude it from me. So, as a real estate agent, I can tell you much of the current zoning too. You see a lot of unclassified over there. A lot of the unclassified under the general plan will become RA. So, again, it's something that's consistent with the area. So I encourage you to support the Planning Commission's unanimous decision to grant the rezoning and to support local farmers and the wine industry. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to field any questions too.
Questions from the board?
Can you, Peter, can you put up the aerial photo of his property? What is that area right there?
That's a vineyard as well. That's a newer vineyard. That was planted in 2015, and it's just younger. It was actually set back by the fire. I lost my entire crop during the Butte fire because of smoke taint.
And this is the current operation center?
That's the cannabis.
Biosphos 2. But this right here is the cultivation?
Yeah, the cannabis cultivation. Yes.
To which he has stated, and you have just stated,
yes,
that it will no longer be there. It will be completely taken down and out at the end of the year?
Yes. I mean, the grading that was done for it and the infrastructure of water, I'll just leave there because maybe I can use it for something else in the future. But, yeah.
Was there a pond here?
No, that actually is my outdoor organic vegetable area right there where you indicated. There is a tiny pond at the upper left-hand corner, and that's also the one in your picture, in the handout I gave you.
Mm-hmm.
And when I say it's tiny, it really is tiny. It's about 30 feet across, and it dries up in summer, so it's almost dry right now.
that was man-made by a previous owner.
Thank you, Jed.
Sure.
Supervisor Mills?
My question, I think, almost becomes a broader question for a lot of activity in our county, and that is that this is currently an RR zoned area.
That's right, yes.
And that the actual use to which it's been engaged in here recently is conflicting with the RR zoning.
Yes.
To some degree.
To some degree, because it's equal emphasis on agriculture, and I don't know how you actually measure that, but yeah.
I'm going to finish.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say is that the initial zoning, or the RR zoning, is to be primarily residential, other uses are secondary, where the RA puts them both to some degree in equal standing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So before we engaged in all of this agricultural activity, why didn't rezone it first?
As far as rezoning, well, I was told when I originally put in the initial vineyard that it wasn't really necessary to do that for farming operations because they're allowed under the RR zone. And at this point, you know, where it's primarily that use, I've been thinking of doing it ever since the beginning, but it's an expensive process, and I now have the money to do that, you know. So it became something that I wanted to do to comply with the law, or code zoning anyway, so.
But my question still remains, and it isn't even so much for you, it's for a lot of folks out there in TV land that want to take it there.
Sure.
And that, you know, residential RR zones are intended for primarily residential under Title 17. Therefore, you know, if we're going to do anything that's substantially more than that, we should be coming before the Planning Commission and the Planning Department and making those appropriate adjustments to our zoning before we engage in the activity, not after. Okay. So secondly, you note a small wetlands. Is that identified as a wetlands by the state?
I don't know. I haven't seen that report. So.
Yes, it is identified in the California Wetland Inventory, so it is under the jurisdiction of the Army Corps of Engineers.
Okay, it's just something to consider as part of the overall.
Yeah, so anything that happens with that well, and you have to go through Army Corps permits and things like that.
Okay, that's all I have, Mr. Richardson. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Supervisor.
I had a question. When was the subdivision done? There was a subdivision map filed on that. When was that?
I would guess in the 60s or 70s, but I'd be guessing at least the 70s.
And do you have any idea how many lots was in that subdivision?
Let's see, you don't have a larger aerial view, do you? Oh, here, okay. I think it, well, it's essentially everything between the roads. And if you see the property surrounding mine to the north and to the east, those would be included in the subdivision. Yeah, in those areas.
It's about a dozen parcels.
Yeah, that's a separate subdivision.
About a dozen parcels.
Yeah.
So it was a major subdivision approved by the state of California then?
I think a lot of these were done as, they called them 4x4s at the time.
Well, if it's 12, it wasn't a 4x4.
Yeah.
I've done subdivisions. I'm quite aware of what goes through the process.
Right. But again, as I said earlier, I talked to the person who was involved with this, the subdivision of it, and it was his intention. You know, a lot of these were originally, the zoning was just chosen randomly by the developer, not chosen by the county to reflect, you know, a general plan or land use plan for the area. So at the time, you know, RR seemed as good as anything, and so that's just what they went with. So.
I'm going to close this public hearing and go to deliberation by the board unless there's objection and more questions.
I would have a question for Mr. Bumpus. It's regarding, where is your parcel, sir, located?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Bumpus, where is your parcel located on that map that we have here?
I'm right there on the east, northeast corner right there.
Is that correct?
Yes. And looking right there where your dot is.
Okay.
And looking at that aerial map, that definitely doesn't look like small-scale agriculture to me.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, no further ado, we'll close the public hearing. Let's to the board to deliberation. Comments?
Yeah, I'll make mine. It was a subdivision, it was zone RR. The people here, that's their neighbors and stuff, bought the property as an RR. And now they have a person that wants to change it and then change the whole use of the property will affect them. I would have a hard time voting for any zone ordinance, even on another piece of property, not including this, because the Title 17 is a mess that we have. It's been on the drawing board for, Brian, what, 6 years, 7 years? And until that's straightened up, I just can't see going forward and just making more mess. I've had property as RA, and I was able to put a hog ranch on it. And that was down in Brentwood, where there's a lot of people. But I needed a zone change, and I got it by doing that. So I would be against it until you guys get Title 17 up, and I would be against any zone change in any subdivision that's already been done.
Thank you. I'm looking also at this, our zoned original parcel maps that were filed here, and I have to think about the neighbors. I have to think about the neighbors and not only their quality of life, but the possibility of a change of value of your properties as a result of bringing an RA zone right next to you. I think staff has indicated that 5 of 7 of those properties on the map are zoned RR currently that surround this parcel. I'm looking at even more than that are very right in the proximity, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right there. Just because it abuts one other RA zone and an ag preserve by itself doesn't lend credence to the fact that this was originally a subdivision map that was filed for this area. And I think that when we talk about an R zone, a residential zone, we're realizing as neighbors that there's a limitation on how much you're going to be able to use that for non-residential purposes. Now, going a step further, when you go back to the aerial view and you pull that back, and I know you can't do it on the maps that you have here, but if you want to bring the aerial up real quick, one of the things that strikes me is the intensity of use. In other words, all of the areas surrounding this parcel are brown. And this is the one green spot. But I also have to think about water. And I know, Mr. Bumpus, you alluded to it, but the impacts on water demand in this area are very questionable. I've done water service work up in that area going back into the early and mid-'80s, so been around that area a long time for water. Sunrise Road, you know where that's at? That's disgusting for water. Okay. So what I'm trying to say is that when we take an agricultural use that has high intensity and water demand and set it next to all of these properties that aren't doing that, that's a special circumstance. And I don't believe that a negative declaration here is sufficient to offset that, even though some of these comments were made after the comment period in the CEQA request. They're still valid comments, and I think that they need to be addressed. I for one, I can't see doing this kind of a zone change in this area either, the way Title 17 is set up, for the reasons that I've mentioned.
Thank you, Supervisor Mills. Those were some of my concerns, is the water issue, looking at this aerial photo, but I do have some other concerns. The road impact, do we know what level of service this road is? A lot of times when you do this type of operation or this type of rezoning, you're asked to do some improvements to the road to bring it up to the service level to accommodate what is required or what you are allowed to do in a zone that you're proposing.
Well, Public Works did review this, and they had no recommendation for any road modification of any.
But we do not know what the level of service of the road is.
Supervisor Tilfano, that would be for Cave City and Michael both?
Yes. since increased traffic will occur. It looks to me to be a D.
It's,
That's what it looks to be.
Level of service is based on a variety of factors, including the amount of traffic, the
Correct.
Curvature, the width of the road, all those kinds of things. We don't have that specific information. We relied on Public Works to review that, and if they had concerns, would have expressed that in the initial routing of the initial study or the project again before we prepared the initial study. Based on the lack of any response or the response that they did not have any concerns, we felt that it met the minimum requirements of C for the county road system as required under the general plan. And primarily, the primary driver of level of service is the number of vehicles on the road, particularly at peak hour. So this kind of zone change would not necessarily trigger a pure LOS change from, say, C to D or something like that. But obviously there are concerns we have with our rural roads that don't sort of match the typical LOS analysis you would have in a more urban setting where that kind of analysis is typically applied. But we do have a standard of LOSC on all of our public roads in the county. With a zone change, you typically don't condition a zone change. If there were a subdivision map or a conditional use permit or something like that where you could actually calculate what was going to happen at that time, that's when the conditions would normally be applied. Typically with the zone change, you don't do what we call conditional zoning or contract zoning. So it's a little bit more of a challenge when you're looking at just a zone change, and you can see that there are some potential change of uses. But we felt based on the response we got from Public Works that that was not a significant issue, and the environmental document reflected that.
Did I address the level of traffic question?
I'm sorry, we've closed the hearing.
And Peter, I don't disagree with several things of what you're saying. But again, with the neck deck, there was no traffic study done on the road. If it was a full CEQA, there probably would have been a traffic study done on the road, possibility of that, to see what the level of traffic is now versus what's allowed in this zoning, increasing it, special events and things like that on the property. The other question I have is, obviously, there is a permitted cannabis grow on this property, and it can't be swept under the rug. It is there, and it has been there. And I question the application. It does not mention that anywhere on the application. It continues even to when it says describe in detail the purpose, proposed development or use, it says strictly rezoning at this time to reflect current land use. And in parentheses, it says a vineyard, and then allow for future agricultural uses. Nowhere on the application does it mention that, and in part of the CEQA, it does not mention that that is on that property. It's almost like it was being avoided to be written down on anywhere. That is a concern to me, even though we have testimony from the property owner and the person that apparently is leasing this area, that after this year it will be completely removed. Until that's done, and it is completely removed, you can tell me it is going to be, but it's still there. And to not reflect that on any of the application that it is there, to me, is a problem, because it does exist, and it has existed, whether it's been just this year, last year, the year before, the last 5 years, I don't know. But it is not listed anywhere on any of these documents, and it is being used as that, as part of this property. So I do have a problem with that.
Supervisor Toffiano, there wasn't any purposeful attempt to mislead the public or the board or anyone else that we're trying to hide the fact there was a cannabis grow here. And Mr. Spear mentioned that earlier on in this presentation. But I think with 20/20 hindsight, certainly given the sensitivity of the whole cannabis issue in the county, if there's a project that has cannabis cultivation on it, we'll certainly do that in the future. The reason why we didn't make a point of it was the fact that we felt that the proposed zoning didn't affect the ability to grow or not grow on the property under the current ordinances that we're operating under. And so there wasn't any attempt here to try to hide the fact there was a grow. We just didn't think it was really that pertinent to the application. Now, obviously, we were mistaken. It was an important issue, and we'll make sure that doesn't happen again.
Well, it is important because of the number of emails that I received and testimony here today. If it wasn't there and we were going forward, I think several of the people here that gave testimony about it would not be here. Probably wouldn't be objection other than the one with the water. And the water is a genuine concern when you're looking at what this is and what is proposed there as far as changing the zone and what it was initially developed as, which was RR. So I can understand the concerns. So those are my comments.
Councilor, you have a statement?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify because we've already closed the hearing and some of the board members have asked questions and staff has responded. I just wanted to clarify because there has been technically evidence presented to this board after the hearing was closed. I would recommend that this board officially reopen the hearing, accept the evidence that has been presented in this record, and then make sure that there's no additional evidence, whether it be additional questions of the public, additional questions of staff, any other comments from the board, and then officially close the hearing again. And deliberations are really your conclusions and then a vote.
What is the evidence that's been submitted to the board since I closed the hearing, specifically?
I would imagine there would be, just based on, I believe, level of service was discussed, road, water issues were discussed.
We didn't have any answers to it.
So they didn't present any evidence of what level of service the road was because it wasn't answered.
So
it's your discretion. Just an abundance of caution to ensure that the record is complete and whole. Okay. What evidence is considered as part of your decision-making versus not.
We will reopen the hearing and accept the testimony as additional evidence to it. Do I need to have public comment again? And we're reclosing the hearing again. Thank you. Do you have other questions?
Since it was reopened, am I allowed to have a comment?
This is really just a technicality to ensure that all of the information that has been presented is formally in the record.
I have my comments are, I personally believe it's not germane what somebody's growing if it's legal. This is a legally permitted activity. The 6,000 square feet of cannabis, the grapes, it's a legal activity. So what's being grown, whether it's cows or goats or wine or grape, I don't think it's germane. I think that what's important is, does a person have the right to make a living off their land? On a 12-acre parcel, one of the few things you can do other than cannabis and make a living is grapes. And so this, I think, allows somebody to use their land in an appropriate manner. I understand the water issue, but also looking at the hydrology maps of that area, it is terribly fractured. You could literally be 10 feet apart with wells and have different outcomes. So it's difficult to prove a cause and effect. Now, it doesn't allay your fears that your water is being taken, but it's hard to prove how that would come out. I really think that, we're still in Ag County, and this is a 12-acre lot. This isn't a 1-acre lot. It's next to 40-acre lots. I would agree that a lot of zoning here doesn't make sense. But the fact of the matter is, we're still in Ag County, and if we start breaking down ag, what do we really have left? Would we have the same conversation if this was in Murphy's? Would we have the same conversation if this was in other communities? We'll find out when those come forward. But I think that this is a conforming. This matches what's happening there. This is a person trying to make a living on a small piece of ground. Granted, there may be road impacts, but I think commerce is good. And I think people should have the right to try to earn a living off of their land. We could argue how it impacts people. I feel like from our board, this is about cannabis, and I don't think it's germane what somebody's growing. I think it's germane that somebody wants to run agriculture in an agricultural community. So, as my only comments on this.
Sure, I might remind the board that I never used the word once in my comments today. So,
use it what?
I never mentioned it once in my comments.
Okay. So if there's no further discussion, is there a motion?
I would move to deny this application based upon the findings that it is in a filed subdivision map area of residential only, and that the neighboring parcels, the majority of them are still residential, that it is in essence not a use that's best applied to this particular location.
I would second that.
Supervisor Mills made a motion. Supervisor Clapp, second.
Before you ask for the vote, Supervisor Garamendi, I take it you're in favor of this?
I am in favor of this.
You're in favor of this in your district? Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
No. We have a split vote. Therefore, goes to the Planning Commission's vote. Correct?
Zoning amendments, the board is ultimately the final approval body. It's not the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission is a recommendation to the board. So ultimately, the board is the final decision-making body. If this is going to be a split vote, the board can certainly recommend that this be continued to the next board meeting where we will have a full 5-person board. Alternatively, if there are no 3 votes for anything, then nothing passes. It kind of leaves staff in a bit of a limbo because if there isn't something that approves it by default, it is a denial.
I would propose that we continue this item. It would give me a little bit more time to do some more research on some of this that's proposed before us. When Mike gets back, if we can continue this until the 8th.
I would concur because I think that this really needs to have some clarity of at least a 3-2 vote, one way or the other, to make that decision so that everybody understands.
I would concur. Supervisor Clapp?
Yes.
Okay, we'll continue this until the 8th of August.
For purposes of IQM2 and record keeping, having a motion would clarify and help with moving the record forward to the 8th.
I move that we continue this item.
Supervisor Tufanelli moves. Supervisor Mills second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is continued. Will carry, and we'll continue this on August 8th.
Chair, do we want to take a lunch now?
We are going to take a lunch. We're going to go into the hearings on the rebound, and so we are off until 1:30. Thank you very much. permission. Welcome back from lunch, everybody. We will continue our board meeting. We are on item 29. I need my glasses.
So item 29 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-693 for Ismael Silva on 8454 Cave City Road, Mountain Ranch, APN 036-012-014.
Thank you. Is everybody familiar with the process, how we do this? Okay, we'll begin with the staff presentation and opening the hearing. And we'll begin with staff presentation.
Very good. Paul Groh with the Planning Department. One thing I wanted to touch on before I get into this, about 9:30 this morning there was a man who came to the counter in the Planning Department saying that Mr. Silva would not be here today. We didn't receive a formal request for a continuance.
You did?
Did not. Either verbally or written from Mr. Silva. However, I just wanted to make a note that that event did occur this morning.
Did the person identify themselves?
No, they didn't. It was a person I believe I saw with Mr. Silva at the Planning Commission hearing. I instructed him that if they wanted a continuance, I needed to hear from Mr. Silva. He could call me. Subsequent to that, there has been no contact from Mr. Silva. The message the man gave me was that there had been a event of some sort within the family that needed his attention.
Let's continue forward. We don't have a formal request.
Very good. Okay, this is appeal number 2016-693. Ismael Silva is appealing a denial of a commercial cannabis registration by the Planning Commission. The reasons for denial by the Planning Commission were the following. The applicant did not produce evidence that no later than May 10th, 2016, that cultivation, grading, or earth moving commensurate with the area proposed to be developed had actually occurred on the site. Second reason was the application for a registration contained false or misleading information. Third, the registrant was in violation of other local law. And finally, the sheriff recommended denial of the registration based upon information discovered during the criminal background check. The site is 2.5 acres. It's at 8454 Cave City Road. That's in Mountain Ranch. It's within Section 10 of Township 4 North, Range 13 East. And you can see up on the screen there, we're right down the road from your previous appeal that you heard Mr. Richardson, I believe, was on actually the corner right there. So we're about 2.5 miles out of Mountain Ranch on Michael Road and Cave City Road. On June 29, 2016, Mr. Silva filed for a commercial cannabis cultivation registration, 5,200 square feet of mixed light cultivation area. And he was granted an application pending registration in that amount and that use. The first reason for denial was inadequate evidence of cultivation. And this is pursuant to County Code Section 1795-165 N3A and B, which states registrants must provide date-stamped photographic evidence of cultivation, grading, or earth moving before May 10th, 2016, commensurate with the area proposed to be cultivated. There was no evidence of grading or earth moving provided in the evidence photos. There were 5 photos submitted. The first 2 we're going to talk about are on the screen up there right now. You can see one is dated April 1st, 2016. The other is dated April 20th, 2016. These photos show cannabis being cultivated within this hoop house structure that you see to the side and behind that. To validate the photographs, we went looking at our aerial evidence. And what the aerial evidence presented to us was that on May 1st, This terrace survey aerial from May 1st showed no hoop house present on the site. When we looked at the Google aerial of May 31st, we found the hoop house structure located to the side of the house there. And remembering that those two photographs were both from April, the dates on those photographs were not, they were in conflict with the aerial evidence that we discovered, and those two images were judged to be invalid. The third photograph, a similar situation. This photograph is dated April 15, 2016. And you can see the cannabis being cultivated. This is the porch of the house. There's actually a porch that runs around all four sides of that house, I'm told. But behind this little cultivation arrangement on the porch, you'll see there's a lot of dry grass and the oaks beyond. And that's April 15th. Comparing that to the terrace server aerial of May 1st, 2016, you can see the grass on the site and around it is actually quite green. So again, the evidence presented in the photo, the date of the photo, was not validated by actual conditions on the ground, and that photograph was found to be invalid. The last two photographs of the 5 were actually the same image. In the file, there's a small image and there's a large image, and you look at them and you go, that looks the same. Well, when you actually put them side by side and you adjust the scale to an equal size, you can see they are the same image. The issue with these two images is that two cannabis plants are not commensurate with the development of a 52,000 square foot cultivation area. So because the first 3 evidence photos were not validated by the aerial evidence, and these two photographs are not evidence of a commensurate effort at growing the 52,000 square feet, the registration was denied for failing to meet 1795, 165, and 3A and B. The second reason for denial was failure to meet 1795, 178.4. Under that section, the planning director may invalidate any application for registration which contains false or misleading information. There were 3 of these photographs we found met that criteria. I'm only showing the April 1st photo up here, but you'll remember the April 20th photo also with the hoop house structure. And again, looking at the terrace survey aerial May 1st, we don't have the hoop house. When we get to May 31st, we find it on the side of the house. So that appeared to us to be false information. Also, the April 15th photograph, again, the dry yellow grass. That is not what was going on the site. Obviously, May 1st, we still have lots of green grass around the house. It isn't until, May 1st, we still have lots of green grass around the house. And it isn't until you get to May 31st that you see this is beginning to dry out. So, for that reason, we judged the 3 photographs to be false, and they were also misleading in our opinion because they represented cultivation that was required to occur on the site prior to May 10th to meet a requirement there, and that doesn't work. So that was the second reason for denial. The third reason for denial was basically construction without permits. County Code, Section 1504.050 and Section R 105.1 of the California Residential Code requires the owner or agent to obtain a required permit before any construction on a structure in excess of 120 square feet. We had 2 structures on this site, actually 5, although we look at the 4 greenhouses somewhat as one, it would be 1 permit, that the registrant failed to obtain permits on before beginning work out there. Over here, it's hard to see, but there are actually 4 greenhouse structures right there in the May 31st Google area. I'm going to go back one slide because I want to show you that Terra server aerial from May 1st. You can see that is a blank, cleared area right there. The greenhouses land on the site somewhere between May 1st and May 31st. Again, a check of records with the building department showed that no permit was taken out to do that work. There was also an issue with a shed that was being constructed on the site. Photograph right there shows the shed and some construction going on April 4th. However, there is a code history to this issue. I believe the first time code saw construction on the shed out there was on March 7th. On March 8th, code received a complaint of that construction going on. On March 9th and March 10th, the code spoke with the applicant and told them they needed to go down and draw permits on the work being done on the site. My understanding is that Mr. Silva did actually go down and meet with them on March 10th. However, nothing else was heard from Mr. Silva immediately. There was another complaint on March 17th that construction was still occurring on the site. And after that, on March 21st, code went out and placed a stop work order at the site on the front gate. And with that stop order, there was a request for the registrant to obtain permits within 10 days. They heard no response from Mr. Silva, and because of that, they referred the project back to the planning department with a recommendation for denial. Because Mr. Silva had performed this work without obtaining permits, he was in violation of local law. And under section 1795-170A2, the planning director is giving the authority to, excuse me for one second, invalidate the registration of any applicant who is in violation of local laws on a parcel in which on a parcel which is under the control of the registrant, and therefore he was denied. The last reason for denial was a recommendation by the sheriff for denial, and that comes under County Code Section 1795-165N15A1, which allows the sheriff to deny or invalidate the registration of an applicant if the sheriff finds the applicant convicted of a felony or misdemeanor reasonably related to the qualifications, functions, responsibilities, duties expected of the registrant for the registration applied for. Based upon a background check by the sheriff's department and information discovered within that background check, the sheriff found cause to recommend denial of the applicant's application for registration, and that is what was done. Those are the 4 reasons for the denial. So Mr. Silva was denied on, let's see here, on April 25th, 2017, Mr. Silva submitted an appeal to the planning director. In the appeal letter, the appellant asked that the planning department take a second look at the application and provide him with feedback and assistance in getting the application approved. On June 8th, we presented the appeal to the Planning Commission. At that time, Mr. Silva, based upon his desire to obtain representation, Silva requested a continuance of the appeal to a future date. That was actually taken under, discussed among the board members, and there was public comment on that, and it was decided on a 3-2 vote to hear the appeal at the commission on that date, June 8th. The first thing that was reviewed was the background check, and Mr. Silva granted permission to have the criminal history publicly presented. and discussed. Sheriff DiBasilio explained that the appellant's background check disclosed the appellant was convicted of possession of a Schedule II drug. That was a felony conviction, and that conviction had not been expunged. Mr. Sheriff DiBasilio explained that he believed that conviction was reasonably related to qualifications, responsibilities, and such related to commercial cannabis cultivation. And on that basis, he recommended denial of the appellant's appeal. Mr. Silva testified that he believed there was no relationship between that previous conviction and his duties and responsibilities as a cannabis cultivator. And also explained that it was his understanding that that conviction had been expunged. He had hired an attorney to do so. However, obviously, the conviction had remained on his record, and the commission noted that, and that was pretty much the end of the discussion along that reason for denial. In reference to the evidence photos, Mr. Silva explained that the evidence photos were prints of phone snapshots that were taken by a friend, and that the date that was on the phone snapshot was placed on the corresponding photo, the corresponding evidence photo. That friend then gave those photos to Mr. Silva for the purpose of submittal in Silva's application for registration. The commission questioned the April 20th photo showing the cannabis cultivation in the hoop house, and why was that different from what they saw in the Terra Server image of May 1st? Silva explained that they actually had a hoop house on the site. That was a portable hoop house, and that was from the beginning of February 2016 when they first occupied that parcel. Initially, there was no cover on the hoop house. At some point later in time, which he could not remember, a cover was added to the hoop house. Originally, it had been located to the front of the house and was later moved to the side. And that photo of the cannabis, the April 20th photo, was actually taken inside that portable hoop house, not the greenhouses. In regards to the April 15th photo that showed the yellow grass surrounding the porch, behind the porch, and it's and the difference between it and the Terra Server aerial of May 1st with the green grass, a commission member asked Mr. Silva, what is the date that that photograph was actually taken? And again, Mr. Silva explained that the dates were taken off the snapshot on the friend's phone. He explained that some green grass could be seen along the edges of the porch, right in there. There is some green grass there. And also, he held up his phone. He had a phone with him. He held it up, and he stated it showed an image of the porch with green grass and the cannabis on the porch, and it was taken on April 28th, although he didn't show that directly to the commission members or otherwise submitted as evidence. The discussion actually on the photographs end with a commission member asking Mr. Silva whether he could actually explain those photographs. And the statement was, you can't explain those right? And Mr. Silva responded saying yes. Effectively, he couldn't explain them. The next issue was the permit issue. In regards to that, Mr. Silva stated that he had in fact gone in and submitted plans after being told to by code. In that process, it was discovered that he had built the greenhouses over his septic system. And he was told at that time that he would not be allowed, the plans would not be accepted for review until there was a relocation of the septic system designed and approved. And Following that information, he had gone ahead and obtained the services of an engineer for that purpose. The issue with this line of reasoning is that he implies that the only reason he couldn't meet the code deadline to go and begin the permit process within 10 days was because he couldn't submit his plans. He had built his greenhouses over the septic system, and the county would not take his plans. But actually, that is not the issue here. The issue is whether he had, in fact, begun building, began construction on structures that required a building permit prior to beginning construction, and that was the case. And that was the reason for denial. That was a violation of our local laws, and that is why his registration had been invalidated. The commission, without stating any specific observations as to each individual reason for denial, and without any objections to any of those reasons for denial, agreed with the findings within the resolution and voted to deny the appeal 5-0. And that was what occurred at the commission hearing. If you guys have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Yes, if you go back to the pictures, the two from April 1st, April 20th, it's in the first couple slides. And it shows the plants in a hoop house. It also shows a lot of disturbed dirt around the plants.
Right.
In that hoop house, correct?
Yes, sir.
So the next question would be, if the hoop house was there before May 1st, or taken down before our aerial image was created on TerraServer before May 1st, wouldn't we then somewhere around this property see a brown rectangle of some type on the ground?
That makes sense to me. The only place I think we see that is actually out here, and that's the May 1st area where it appears they have grubbed or scraped the earth to begin preparation for construction of the...
Could it more likely be right in here?
It's a possibility, sure. I would expect it to be up against the house because I believe that's the structure I'm looking at.
It's just that it isn't consistent to take down a hoop house. If you have one up, why would you take it down?
I can't explain that.
I can't tell you a whole lot of them that do. I mean, what I've seen in my district is they'll take down the covering.
Right.
But the ribs will remain.
Right.
So
he did in fact say this was, pardon me, he did in fact say it was a portable hoop house. So, I mean, the cover could have been pulled off and he could have moved it. That was the implication of his testimony.
Go back to that picture, the other picture again of the TerraServer. What's interesting too here is if he claims that he was growing, what is the distance of setback between his property line and the actual grow area?
I think the setback,
I could estimate because I could see the size of that dwelling. It's about a 30-foot wide dwelling this way. Okay.
Correct.
So he's within about 30 feet of his property line.
I would agree with you.
And that the hoop house was in the property in the 75-foot setback as well. Okay. So then we have the code violations, and we never did get the permits issued?
No, there was not. There was not even an application submitted. To the best of my knowledge, the only check through environmental health and the building department, the only type of permit activity that's occurred is a permit for some profile holes.
Okay, so he never did receive any permits to correct his septic violations? For building a structure over the top of a septic tank?
No, sir, not to the best of my knowledge. His testimony was that he had hired an engineer to undertake that work, to begin the design, design of the relocation of the septic system.
But there was no actual permits issued to actually do the work?
No, sir.
necessary to correct the fact that we've got a building sitting over the top of this. Now the next question is, that septic is still active today.
To the best of my knowledge.
And that being said, is someone living in that dwelling?
I can't answer that
With-
question. I have no direct knowledge.
Okay. With an illegal structure sitting over the top of a septic system. Okay.
Could very well
I'm
be.
just trying to wrap my head around all the things that are going on here. All right, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Very good.
Other questions? All right, we'll have a presentation by the appellant. Is the appellant here? Mr. Silva? Seeing none. Presentation by members of the public. Anybody want to speak on this one? Seeing none. Summation and rebuttal by appellant. Not here. So we'll move on to staff summation and rebuttal to the appellant.
I don't believe there's any.
Okay. Public comment?
I just have one question. Being an old IT person, why can't you obtain the metadata for these photographs and post it? That would give you total clarification of when that photo was taken in a digital image, and there would never be any question whatsoever. If I said that was May 1st, 2016 in the metadata, it's right there. And why it's not presented in your reports, I don't know. It's not that tough, I tell you. Thank you.
Are there public comments? Seeing none. More questions from the board? Seeing none. Close this appeal hearing. Go to board discussion deliberation. Any discussion? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I would move to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this appeal.
Motion.
I would second that.
Motion by Supervisor Tovinelli, seconded by Supervisor Clapp. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Resolution's upheld.
Number 3.
Item 30 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-534 for BLB Collaborative Farms at 5938 Southworth Road, Valley Springs, APN 048-025-105.
Open this hearing. Staff presentation.
Yes, this is appeal number 2016-534. Mr. Matthew Clark, on behalf of BLB Collaborative Farms, Farrington Thomas President, is appealing a denial of a commercial cannabis registration by the Planning Commission. The reason for denial by the Planning Commission was the registrant failed to obtain a business license application by the September 7th, 2016 deadline. Site location, it is 5.12 acres at 5938 Southworth Road in Valley Springs. That's within Section 32, Township 4 North, Range 10 East. And you can see on the screen up there the red rectangle on Southward Road. You head on up and you go on up Burson Road. It's about, I believe, about 1.5 miles or 2 miles up to the intersection at Highway 12, and then it's about 3 or 4 miles out this direction to Highway 26. On June 28, 2016, BLB Farms, Collaborative Farms, Farrington Thomas President, filed a commercial cannabis cultivation registration application for 22,000 square feet of mixed light cultivation area, and they were granted a registration pending application for that amount and that use. Section 1795-165 N5A requires applicants to submit a business license application by September 7th, 2016. The applicant failed to provide the planning department with that application, and therefore the registration was denied. There also was a denial based upon a sheriff's recommendation for denial, but that was subsequently withdrawn after further investigation. On March 13, 2017, Mr. Clark submitted an appeal on behalf of BLB Collaborative Farms, Farrington Thomas President, for consideration by the Planning Commission. In the letter of appeal, Mr. Clark stated that the appellant Thomas obtained a BLA and brought it to the Planning Department prior to September 7, 2016. At the Planning Department, Thomas was unable to obtain a copy because the copier in the Planning Department was broken. He also observed that both the tax collector and the Planning Department do not keep records of persons obtaining a business license application. He also pointed to a purported lack of record keeping and chaos within the Planning Department as reason for waiving the deadline for Thomas's submittal. On June 8th, 2017, the appeal was presented to the Planning Commission. And that began with rebuttal of those appeal letter points by the Planning Department. The claim that Thomas had obtained and brought the business license application to planning prior to September 7th. It was noted that that claim is not date specific. It doesn't say, well, I brought it in August 10th or, July 8th. It was simply sometime, anytime before September 7th. There was the claim that the Planning Department copier was broken. Well, we checked the service request records within the Planning Department to see if on or about this time period there was actually a request made for any repairs to the copy machine, and no such request existed. Also, had that actually been the case, copies could have simply been obtained at the building department counter, which is literally 10 steps from the counter in the Planning Department, or he could have gone elsewhere to get a copy. He could have taken a snapshot on his phone. It was simply Mr. Thomas's choice not to obtain a copy of that business license application. To the claim that chaos within the department was the reason for, quote, a lost business license application, we have handled hundreds of these applications. When they come into the Planning Department, they are kept. The paper copy is kept and put in our files, these right here. That paper copy is also scanned and goes into our electronic file. So we should have a couple of records at least of something showing up in our possession as far as this business license application goes. So when in fact one is submitted to us, we document it, it goes into the file, and its physical self, that business license application becomes the record. To the claim that records are not kept by either the tax collector or the Planning Department of persons picking up a business license application. The business license application is a blank form. Like any form for county business in any department, the public's welcome to come in and pick up a form. There is no obligation, I believe, by any county department to keep a record of people who come in and pick up blank forms. And there is certainly no obligation on the part of the Planning Department to do so. This is way outside our purview. Had that actually happened, I want to go back here. The business license form itself instructs the applicant when they pick it up, to take that business license application to the assessor's office for approval. Once you go to the assessor's office, the assessor requires you to fill out a business questionnaire prior to putting their stamp of approval on your business license application. That business questionnaire that the assessor asks you to fill out is retained by them. They keep that. That becomes a record. And the assessor does maintain a record of commercial cannabis questionnaires. After receiving the denial, Mr. Thomas did in fact go and pick up a business license application. That was on March 13th. That is what you see on the left side of the screen there. He picked that up and he followed the instructions on the form that tells him that he needs to go see the departments listed below in the order in which they're listed, the first being the assessor's office. And that's what he did on March 13th. He walked down to the assessor's office where he was asked to fill out the business questionnaire, which is the document to the right of the screen up there. He filled that out and the assessor kept that document. He then came to our office and submitted the business license application to the planning department. We have that. It's in our records right here. In following up on this, on April 24th, I went over to the assessor's office and made inquiries about this process. While I was there on April 24th, they made a copy, this copy right here, of the questionnaire that Thomas had completed on March 13th. They still had that in their records, and they were able to provide me that. I asked them, well, do you have a record of a business questionnaire prior to September 7th? And they did not have a record of a business questionnaire prior to September 7th. So, in fact, had Mr. Thomas actually gone prior to September 7th, obtained the business license application, taken it down to the assessor's office, and completed the questionnaire, not only should there be a business license application within our file, there should also be a business questionnaire completed prior to September 7th in the files of the assessor's office. Neither of those are there. At the appeal hearing, there was testimony by the appellant. Thomas stated that he had obtained the business license application about the time he obtained his seller's permit, and that date for the seller's permit proved to be June 9th based upon a snapshot that he had on his phone. Thomas stated that after reviewing his application with his attorney, Mr. Clark, he had submitted the business license application with his application on June 28th, 2016. Prior to doing that, Mr. Thomas did not make a prior of the business license application or the application for registration itself. Mr. Clark stated that when reviewing the application for Mr. Thomas, he had not made any conscious note of the business license application one way or the other because it wasn't really required to be submitted until September 7th of 2016. Mr. Clark also did not make a copy of the application package when he reviewed it. Based upon that testimony, the Planning Commission had a few observations. The first was that the appellant was presenting two different scenarios. In the first, which is consistent with the statements within the appeal letter, he obtains the business license application and goes to planning where the copier is broken and no copy is available. In the second scenario, as presented to the Planning Commission, the business license application is submitted with his registration on June 28, 2016. No trip to the planning department and no broken copier. The Commission also noted that Mr. Clark did not testify that he saw that business license application within the application, the registration application package when he reviewed it. And finally, the appellant did not follow the business license application instructions, visiting the assessor's office first and filling out a business questionnaire. This would show a business license application was obtained and taken to the assessor's office, if not in fact submitted to the planning department. Mr. Clark had presented a brief the day before for the Planning Commission's review. A couple of things he verbally discussed from his brief was that the acceptance of the business license application in lieu of an actual business license is an inversion of normal county business practice. The other issue being county staff and judicial officers cannot be neutral on issues related to cannabis cultivation. Those opinions were strongly rebuffed by the Planning Commission. Mr. Clark also, during the meeting, presented an example of what he termed a lost business license application from a different cannabis project, that being O'Leary, Project 2016-109. There was no discussion by the Commission on that item. And also the point of loss of a registration, loss of a registration was an excessive fine for non-compliance with the September 7th, 2017 deadline. That was also not addressed by the Commission. Commission, their finding was based on Section 1795-165 N5A, which requires that the applicant obtain and submit proof of a business license to the Planning Department by September 7th, 2016. The Commission found a business license application was not received by the Planning Department by September 7th, 2016, and subsequently, the registrant did provide a business license application dated March 13, 2017 that does not meet the September 7, 2016 deadline. And on that basis, the Commission voted 4-1 to deny the appeal.
Any questions for staff from the board?
Thank you. Could you explain the process again that we go through in accepting documents, period, throughout our various departments? I guess more along the lines of when a document is placed into our possession, what process do we use to confirm that we actually have received that document?
Well, it's going to vary a lot, between departments and depending what document it is. If we have an application that requires a fee, they'll be provided a receipt for submitting that fee. We don't typically make copies of the documents unless the applicant requests a copy of it. When it's received, it goes immediately into the file with the cannabis cultivation documents. We also, Mr. Groh pointed out, we scan them, so we have an electronic copy of that as well. So that's the practice of the Planning Department. I assume that it is similar to other departments, but I can't speak for them.
Do you not date stamp each document when it is received?
Yes, we do.
With the date that you received it?
That's correct. We have a stamp at the front counter, and the stamp you saw that on some of the documents. Typically, it's a red stamp. You can see there in the upper corner of the...
Right. So going back to a previous comment about photographs, it is very easy if you're not wanting a record. Every phone has a capability of making a photograph for a document to prove receipt, correct?
Yes, correct.
I can't think of a phone today outside of flip phones that might not do that. Okay. So that being said, picking up an application by itself isn't equivalent to the submittal of a completed form.
That's correct.
Okay. And there's no questionnaire on this application within the date range necessary to meet the September 7th date?
None that we could find.
I'm going to jump to is the attorney of record, Mr. Clark? Is that correct? Thank you. And I guess I'll reserve my questions until the appellant has had an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
When you pick up a business license application and you submit it, are you required to pay the fee at that time for a business license?
The fee is paid after it's been signed off by the other required departments. The required departments are the assessor, planning, and building. In some instances, also the sheriff's office. Once those have all been signed off, you take it back to the treasurer tax collector, and the fee is paid at that time.
Thank you. There doesn't seem to be any other questions for the staff. Presentation by the appellant. Mr. Clark.
Thank you. Yes, members of the board, Mr. Vice Chairman, county staff, thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Matthew Clark, and I'm here to represent BLB Collaborative Farms in this issue. Mr. Groh, if you would please, can you go back to the basis of denial? It was one of your first slides. Yes, it says right there that 1795.165N5A requires applicants to submit a business license application by September 7th, 2016. That section doesn't say that at all. That section says that a registrant with a pending application for registration by September 7th shall provide verifiable documentation to the planning department demonstrating that the registrant has completed all of the following tasks. And then A, receipt of a current valid business license pursuant to Chapter 5.04. It doesn't say anything about filling out the application. It says that you will have the business license by then, or verifiable documentation that you have the business license by then. Now, I agree with county staff that when you get a business license, there's an abundance of documentation. However, when you get a business license application, there's not. And furthermore, testimony from the previous hearing showed from county staff that the tax collector did not go through in every case their normal procedures of sending these things off to the other departments, but rather handed the completed application, stamped it, and handed it back to the applicant for the applicant to take it themselves over to the planning department. There's no other record. It's just a form. It's just an application to be filled in. And for the county to now stand here and say that they didn't lose any of those, well, I can't understand that. Especially when I noticed that we didn't see the slide of Mr. O'Leary's business license application. Now, Mr. O'Leary had the presence of mind to take a picture of his business license application, which the county did subsequently lose. He, fortunately enough, was able to bring the picture in and show that he, in fact, had turned one in. And that application is in evidence. I don't know if you've been able to see it. I have a copy here, but it's part of the appeal packet that was on the website. This case is not complicated. I know you've seen probably a lot of really bad grows, disappearing hoop houses, all sorts of horrible things, but there's none of those here. This was an excellent grow. It did everything correctly, and the only thing that was missing was a business license application, which again, I'd like to point out that my client stood here at this very stand and testified that he did, in fact, turn it in. It's a his word against yours issue. And I don't understand why it's come down to not believing him when there's so much evidence that this whole thing was, in fact, inverted. This process was chaotic at the time. And what you're looking at doing now is denying my client $5,000 of his registration fee, tens of thousands of dollars of infrastructure improvements on his property, an entire year with the hard work that you know is what he must have put in order to have gotten through the rigorous application process that we have here. And there's no problems on the site. There's no pesticides open. There's no dumping of waste. There's no guns. There's no criminal activity. This was a perfectly good, perfectly clean grow site. As I've thought about it in the subsequent weeks since the past hearing, I think over and over again, Mr. Groh mentioned it, the excessive fine argument. The county code provides a penalty for operating a grow, or for operating a business without a license. That penalty is $500. What we have here is a person that was operating perhaps without a business license, even though everyone was operating without a business license. 0 business licenses had been issued by September 7th, 2017. 0. Right? And so here's someone operating their business without a license, and instead of $500, we're looking at $5,000, plus tens of thousands of dollars worth the effort, plus an entire season's worth the effort, years since June 30th. When he submitted his application, along with his check. This is not one of the bad grows that we're looking to get out of our county. This is a guy that swears on a stack of Bibles that he brought that in. I don't know what else to say about this. It's such a simple issue. There's no photographs. There's no complicated legal issue here. It's just a he said, she said sort of thing. And I don't understand why we can't just give Mr. Farrington and BLB Collaborations, or Collaborative Farms, the opportunity, as they tried to do with their business license that they brought in, which, by the way, he came and asked me about that March 13th business license application. And I told him, I don't see why it would hurt. You know, go ahead and try to submit another one again. You know, obviously it's being used against him now. I think that's too bad. But I don't know what else to say about this. I don't know what else to say. I think that you should take the opportunity now to take a perfectly good grow. And I think that you should look at the fact that you know that we have evidence that the county has lost these forms before. We've seen that the county is not following its own rules in mandating business licenses. I'd like to point out that since the past hearing, the county has issued letters to people that haven't had their business licenses approved yet, asking them all to come in immediately to finish the process. I think that what you ought to do is recognize that mistakes were made. Things were lost. This was a fast-acting process. It was a chaotic thing going on there. And what we have here now is a grower and a company that managed to get through everything and do their site beautifully. And they should be allowed to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clark. We'll have public comment. Is there anybody who wants to speak to us?
You bet, gentlemen. Right there. Go to the last slide, please, if you wouldn't mind. You see what that one says? It says application. Get down to the reason for the end of the very last slide you had up there. Nope, last one. The very last one in the whole thing where you say, you give that same quote. There it is. That's the one that's in the ordinance, folks. And it doesn't say anything about an application. It says applicant must obtain proof of a business license to the planning department by September 7th. We didn't have one. Not one grower in this program had a business license by September 7th. You're rejecting somebody for a piece of paper, an application that wasn't put in. Any other business, if you have a business for a winery, if you have a business for a grocery store, a car repair, and you run that business for a year and a half, 2.5 years, 5.5 years, 6.5 years in this county, it's a $500 fine. But you're going to reject somebody because they didn't have an application for that business license in by September 7th. It's ridiculous. And you have planning misquoting the statutes. Look, it says same number as the one before. Go back to the basic. Show that one. How come you change them? How come you can change the words, but people can't get a break?
Other public comment?
Bill McManus. First of all, I think the application and the business license are kind of just the same process. As you get an application before you get a business license. You don't get a business license without submitting an application. So I think that's kind of where that issue teeters at. He's right. It's a really easy one. Today we've already seen an assault on the covenants of subdivisions. We'll just change zoning within subdivisions, which never been done before. And we shouldn't concern ourselves with how many harvests this guy's had since he submitted his application, probably one or two, still growing, still harvesting. You know, kind of a deal for one application fee of $5,000, but no one's going to stop him doing that either. This is really easy to approve. It really is. You guys, it's a piece of cake. All you have to do is ignore the laws and ignore the ordinances. And then you can do whatever you want. It's a piece of cake. Otherwise, you might have to look at the laws and ordinances and say, do they apply? Were they put in force for a reason? Does everyone else have to follow these laws and ordinances? As a general contractor, I didn't get away with saying, I'm going to. Only in Oklahoma can you get away with saying, I'm fixing to do something. That means you're going to do something, and that's okay. We're not in Oklahoma. Everyone else that I know, every businessman, every contractor, every tradesman has to follow the ordinances and the laws to the letter. There is no slop. There is no second chance. You either do it right or you don't do it. So anyway, I just wanted to tell you that looks pretty straightforward to me, but maybe on the other side of the podium it looks a little bit different. So thank you.
No other public comment that I'm seeing here. We will move to a summation and rebuttal by the appellant. Mr. Clark, do you have anything else?
I mean, I suppose I'd like to address something Mr. McManus said, which is, ignore the law. Right? He said that we can go ahead and ignore the law. I'd like to just point out that the urgency ordinance has a lot of points. It has a lot of things that you have to do. Right? The inspections were rigorous. And he passed. He did not ignore the law. And as for the number of harvests brought in, I have pictures on my phone right now. BLB Collaborative Farms abated in response to their denial.
Can I ask a question?
Gary, I think we're going to come back to the questions. Yeah. We'll come back to questions. Strict rules I'm supposed to follow here. Staff rebuttal, summation.
I'd like to clarify the issue of the application versus the approved business license. When the urgency ordinance was adopted in May, there was a belief that we were going to have about 200 applications. We could process them during the summer, and that by the end of the process, the September 7th date was established as reasonable time frame to complete all the rest of the paperwork that was going to be necessary to get a business license, a water board permit, a seller's permit. As we were, almost a fourfold increase over what we expected. The workload was a lot greater than we expected. The time frame necessary to process all that, even just to put the packages together, establish the files, took quite a bit of time. We realized we were not going to have any issued prior to that deadline, and so we made a decision to accept the business license application in lieu of the actual permit. We did not want to issue a permit before we actually approved the registration. So there wouldn't be an argument that, aha, I have a business license, that gives me a right to proceed, when we might end up denying their application. Subsequently, the last month or so, we came to a situation where a state agency was requiring a business license in order to issue a permit necessary. And so, and since the growers operating under a application pending status of their applications are operating a business in the county, legally operating because we have not completed our review of their applications, so they're allowed to continue to grow under the application pending status. They legally are operating under the terms of the emergency ordinance until final action is taken either to issue the registration or deny it. And so we have subsequently notified all of the registrants they do need to get their business license now. We need to finish the process of issuing a business license. So the confusion about the summarization of the code that says you're required to have a business license application submitted was our response to the timing and as a means to satisfy that requirement so that the applicant did what they needed to do, go to the tax collector, take the application, and submit it to our office. We would then finish processing it once the registration review process was done. The difference between that and the O'Leary situation was that Mr. O'Leary did have documentation to show that he did submit it to us. I can't say that we categorically did not lose any document during the process. We were as careful as we possibly could throughout that process.
Peter, just a point of order. Point of order. Was the O'Leary issue brought up during the Planning Commission?
Yes, it was.
Okay, just wanted to confirm. Thank you.
And so he provided documentation to show that he did submit it. It's like trying to prove a negative, that we lost something that we don't have. There is no documentation to show we had it or did not have it. So yes, in a way it is his word versus ours. But we don't have any record of it. There is nothing to show that he did submit it to us. And that's where we're at. Our records show no application was submitted for a business license to our department prior to September 7th. And unless there's some other documentation to show otherwise, that's what we have to go on.
Another opportunity for public comment?
Sam Cook. It seems like in a matter with all the forms and everything else, if you're trying a new industry in a new area, any new businessman, I would assume, would be smart enough to get a receipt or an acknowledgement or a copy of a critical document when you're applying for something. I would if I was opening a business or I was applying for a business license. Walk in, I want a copy of that or at least a receipt of that and an acknowledgement of date and time I submitted it. Now, as far as the $5,000 loss, I'm sure they've had at least one crop. I understand, I'm not a cannabis grower, but I understand they get 3 harvests per year. So I think his $5,000 is kind of covered and is a moot point. But I think his activity as a businessman, if he didn't get a copy of that submitted license, is pretty poor.
Other public comment?
Al Segala. The question I have is that if he paid for the business license, he might have something in his check register indicating that he did, and that probably should be submitted if that's the only evidence he has. So if the county got the money, there must be some way of tracking that, and perhaps that's where our solution is.
Good afternoon. My name's Steve Snowden. And regarding business licenses, excuse me, this is one of the stranger counties in that you have to have a county business license to have the City of Angels business license, and which I found out as a roofing contractor for 40 years up here, between here and Bay. And this appeal appears to me that it's a violation, and if nobody else had one on September 7th, necessarily, I don't know when they did get them, but if that's the only point that the man was in denial, then we ought to think about that. And why didn't everybody get denied? Thank you.
All right. We'll close public comment. Board questions. Gary?
What kind of grow is this? What size and what type?
It's 22,000 square feet of mixed light cultivation. 22,000 square feet of mixed light cultivation area.
Mixed.
Mixed, yes, sir.
So have you been to this property?
Personally,
There's no aerial photos or anything of this property whatsoever in this package like the previous one.
We did not provide any of that because that was not the basis of the denial. The sole basis of the denial was the lack of the business license.
Does this property have a very large red barn on it?
I believe it might. I think from memory here. Again, no one from our office has actually been out there.
It does have a very large red barn on it, and an overcrop coming out from the barn.
There is actually a large pole barn on this property with what appears to be a red
awning type
outside. Well, there's a red structure behind it of some sort of big, large shed.
The applicant has stated that they completely abated now. There's no growth going on now.
Photos I have. That's the photos I have, yes.
There's nothing being grown indoors.
I'm code enforcement has verified that it's been abated.
It's been what?
It's been abated.
It's been abated. From the on the outside, did they go inside this big red barn?
They did not go inside.
Yeah. Okay.
I also know, however, that Mr. Thomas left to go back to Texas about a month ago. And, yeah, if he's growing anything in there, it's probably dying.
Yeah, I drive by this property quite often, so I'm familiar with it. I know exactly where it's at.
I'm afraid I'm not as familiar.
And there's a new fence that has been built in front just not too long ago, within the last couple months, that it looks like it's shielding something. That fence was not there a couple months ago, so I don't know who's on the property or what's going on the property, but somebody's there on that property.
My client isn't, that I'm aware of.
As far as building permits, thank you so much for as far as building permits go, it's not building permits, excuse me, business license go, I wish it was this easy for me to just merely fill out an application and be able to do a job, because every place that I go, every city or county that I do a job in, we're required before we even go into the county or the city to put any steel up or any construction at all, to have a business license issued from either the city or the county before we can even step foot in to do a job in any of those places. So this is very lenient, and believe me, being a businessman, when we fill out applications for anything or we do anything, we document it. So we have documentation in case something like this comes up. And it's came up a couple of times, and we provided the documentation. To merely fill out an application and walk it over or whatever happened and not take the time to get copies of it for your own personal records. I don't know the way the process was explained here for this application. You need to go and get it approved by several departments. So you would have to have access to that, and you would keep a copy of it just for your business records. I mean, in case something came up later on. So I'm a little bit confused on being asked to excuse something based on the county losing something when basic business tells you that you need to be able to document everything that you're doing. And if he did turn in, he never finished the process to get a license. He never took the application around to have each department approve it, so he could pay the fee to get his license, because ultimately you were going to need a license, and you had to show you were in process of getting the license prior to September 7th. So those are my comments.
Yes, I'm in talking in the same mode because I also did some contracting work. In fact, my bookkeeper's in the audience, and she could tell you that every time that I went into a different county, city, municipality, that's the first thing we did. We went and found a business license because you just don't conduct business without it. It's just the way it's done. I feel that the burden of proof here, it really, it comes down to if we made a payment on this thing, we should have some kind of receipt from somewhere within our system to show that a receipt was given out, correct?
Yes, but no payment was required until the very end of the process when the business license was issued. At the time that this was denied, we hadn't issued the business license yet because we hadn't finished processing the application.
However, what we're talking about, though, is still the application itself. We never received it. We have no record of receiving it. So therefore, we've got nothing to work with.
That's correct.
So my question then to Mr. Clark, regarding it being the attorney of record here, correct, sir? Is how long have you been the attorney of record for this appellant? How long have you been as attorney?
I would have to look at the retainer agreement in particular, but
would it go back into
but it would have
June
been through May.
June of last year?
It would have been during the 2016 registration period.
So it sounds as though he was bringing paperwork to you and having it looked over and confirmed that this is things I need to do?
Yes, but not the business license. The business license application and the seller's permit occurred later on September 7th and were not part of the document review during the registration period.
But you did do a document review on all of the other documents that he was to submit?
We would have had a checklist for, everything else, yes.
Okay.
But it would have never have said one way or the other on the business license.
Okay, thank you.
I have a quick question. We have two versions of this code up here. Which one's the correct one? Second one? So we do have, obviously we had no business license issued prior to that.
Yes, no business license was issued.
Prior to September 7th. Well, according to this, we were requiring a business license.
That's correct. That's the way it was written. But due to the exigencies in, say, obtaining a sheriff's, at that time, it was required that the background be done.
Yeah, I understand how we got behind. I'm just checking two rules.
Okay.
And conflicting on our presentation. Thanks. Board questions?
I just wanted to clarify for this board, I just wanted to remind you that the burden of proof is with the appellant, not with staff. The burden of proof is with the appellant.
Okay, if there are no further questions from the board, I will close this public hearing and board discussion over.
Council, it's interesting you stated that because on one of my pages at the top, it says burden of proof is on the appellant. So that is the key point here, is that anytime you are conducting business, it is not anybody else's responsibility to see to it that you are completing all of the requirements of that process. It is on the applicant. So I just don't see that there's any room for us to move beyond the strict statement there in 1759516 and 5A. It says receipt of a current valid business license to pursuant to Chapter 5.04 of the Calaveras County Code. That's what it says. I'm reading it.
I have, sorry that we have things written that way, but we were where we were at this time, and the burden of proof is on the appellant. It's tough. Is there a motion?
I move that we uphold the Planning Commission's denial of this appeal.
Moved by Supervisor Tofinelli. Seconded by Supervisor Clapp. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carries.
Item 31 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's denial of commercial cannabis registration 2016-561 for Ray Moore on 6216 Trout Lane, Mountain Ranch, APN 021-010-030.
Appeal hearing is now open. Start with staff presentation.
This is appeal number 2016-561. Patrick Goggin, on behalf of Ray Moore, is appealing a denial of a commercial cannabis registration by the Planning Commission. The reason for denial by the Planning Commission was the registrant failed to submit all necessary forms and documents to the Central Valley Regional Water Quality Control Board to constitute a complete application by September 7th, 2016. Location of the site, it's a 10-acre site, and it's located at 6216 Trout Lane in Mountain Ranch. That's within Section 35 of Township 5 North, Range 13 East. And if you're looking at the map up on the screen, this is the intersection of Mountain Ranch and Sheep Ranch Road. I think pretty much everybody's familiar with that. It's a couple of miles back down into the town of Mountain Ranch. But if you turn north and head up Mountain Ranch Road, you shortly come to Trout Lane, and the parcel is located right there. On June 28, 2016, Ray Moore, and Ray Moore is the applicant. Ray Moore is the registrant of record. Ray Moore filed a commercial cannabis cultivation registration application for 22,000 square feet of outdoor cultivation area, and that was later amended to 17,500 square feet. The reason for denial, again, was failure to comply with the requirements of the Water Quality Board, submittal of the registrant's NOI and $10,000 annual fee by the September 7th, 2016 deadline. Mr. Moore did, on June 28, 2016, submit his notice of intent and the $10,000 annual fee. That payment was with a post-dated check. Okay. Evidently, the Water Quality Board didn't catch that. It looks like they pretty much immediately went and deposited the check. There were insufficient funds. And the Water Quality Control Board then sent Mr. Moore a dishonored check notice on July 7th, 2016. After that date, And up until September 7th, Mr. Moore, as the individual, as the registrant of record, did not resubmit his annual fee to the Water Quality Control Board. However, on September 7th, 2016, Ladybug Farms, LLC, did submit a notice of intent on this project, along with a valid annual fee. Now, it's not unusual to amend a registration application within our office from an individual to a corporate entity. To do that, we require a few things. First of all, we require a letter from that registrant. We require that letter to state that the registrant requests that the registration be amended from them as the sole registration into that corporate structure. The other thing that we normally require is an operating agreement. We want to see an operating agreement and know that that registrant is still, in a majority within that corporation. And also we want to know who else is a member of that corporation, because we're going to want a background check by the sheriff on those people. We never received that documentation from Mr. Moore. And the last thing that we require is, of course, an indemnity for the county under the corporate name. And again, that wasn't provided. So those three legal obligations weren't met by Mr. Moore in terms of changing his registration as a sole proprietor into this corporate entity. About 5 months after that September 7th deadline, towards the end of February 2017, Ladybug Farms withdrew their notice of intent and their application from the Water Quality Control Board. The Water Quality Control Board then issued a notice of non-eligibility to Ladybug Farms on March 2nd, 2017. Moore, not having resubmitted his annual fee to cover his submittal as the sole proprietor, his registration, at that point had an incomplete application when Ladybug withdrew theirs. Because of that, Moore had not met the requirement to have a complete application in place by September 2nd, 2016, and his registration was denied. Subsequent to his denial on March 20th, 2017, Moore submitted an appeal to the Planning Commission and then obtained the services of his attorney, Mr. Patrick Goggin, who at the Planning Commission hearing of April 27th requested and was granted a continuance of the appeal to May 25th. On May 25th, the appeal was presented to the Planning Commission with Mr. Goggin representing the appellant. Mr. Goggin testified that in the time since the denial and the appeal hearing, Mr. Moore had gone ahead and resubmitted his annual fee, along with a site management plan that had subsequently been required by the Water Quality Control Board on his project. And as of that time, as of the Planning Commission date, Mr. Moore was in good standing with the Water Quality Control Board as far as the application fee, his NOI, the site management plan. They were happy with him. In that in-between period, Mr. Moore had also formed a new corporation, and that I believe was called Phoenix Gardens. And under that corporation had obtained a new state seller's permit and a business license application. Citing abuse, sabotage, coercion, and battery by Petkovich, who was going to be one of the members of Ladybug Farms, and the breakup of the Ladybug Farms as mitigating factors, Mr. Goggin requested that the Commission recognize more subsequent efforts as constructive compliance relating back to that September 7th deadline. He also explained that, yes, Mr. Moore's check was postdated to September 7th, 2016, and it had been returned when the Water Quality Control Board attempted to cash it earlier. He also testified that, yes, Ladybug Farms did submit an NOI, an annual fee, on September 7th, 2017. His contention was that the reason for the denial of Mr. Moore's application is a retaliatory withdrawal of the annual fee by Ladybug Farms. The commission explained that their understanding for the reason of denial is that it was Moore's failure to resubmit his annual fee prior to the September 7th, 2016 deadline. Mr. Goggin further explained that in Mr. Moore's mind, he was part of Ladybug Farms LLC, a corporation that had not yet been formed in that summer of 2016. At that time, Moore, Michael Petkovich, and other partners within Ladybug Farms were working together with the understanding that that corporate entity would be formed and they would all participate within it. There was a verbal agreement among the partners, though Moore was not given an operating agreement to sign. With that in mind, the Ladybug Farms submittal of September 7th, 2016 he argued, should have been accepted as a submittal by Moore, allowing Moore's resubmittal as constructive compliance. That testimony, those ideas were rebutted by Romina Filipponi, Michael Petkovich, who were going to be two members of Ladybug Farms, along with their attorney, Peter Carolus. They stated that Moore was given the opportunity to review and sign that operating agreement, and that Ladybug Farms LLC had actually incorporated in August of 2016. The reason that the Ladybug Farms submitted a separate NOI, an annual fee, to the Water Quality Board was because it was the intent of those partners to form that corporation, to execute the operating agreement, and operate that cannabis enterprise under the name of Ladybug Farms. And that was the reason the Ladybug Farms NOI and fee was submitted in their name and not Mr. Moore's. The commission, after hearing the testimony, made a vote, and that was in consideration of Section 1795, 165 in 4, which requires the registrant to submit to the Water Quality Control Board all necessary forms and documents to constitute a complete application for that agency's purposes no later than September 7th, 2016. The commission found that Mr. Moore was the sole applicant and solely responsible for providing his annual fee to the Water Quality Control Board prior to the September 7th, 2016 deadline. To support that, they observed that there were two separate annual fees and two separate NOIs by two completely different entities that were submitted to the Water Quality Board. The fee from Ladybug Farms was returned when Ladybug Farms requested that be done. And also, and this is pretty important, there was no prescription within the urgency ordinance giving the commission authority to accept a fee months after the deadline and make it refer back to that September 7th deadline, the actual true deadline. And with a vote of 5-0, the commission voted to deny the appeal.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board?
I'm trying to wrap my head around this.
I know, it does take some doing.
Okay, so what we have is we have Mr. Moore as the applicant. Then somewhere along the line, we have a Ladybug's Farm LLC come into the picture. Was Mr. Moore ever a part of that?
No, sir.
In terms of a legally
Not-
filed
not-
LLC.
There-
So not a part of it. So how do they take over this application when they're not one of the original applicants, and there's only one, am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Should have been part of whatever this process is going down to the very end of the food chain.
Right.
Am I correct here?
Yeah, you should
Okay.
have been a part of it.
All right.
It was the intent of these partners to form that LLC and operate together. That was the original understanding. There was friction that developed within this partnership, and they basically all went separate ways, and when that happened, the whole thing fell apart. The operating agreement was never executed, okay? So we don't have this thing, an operating agreement actually forming and assigning, specific roles and shares and such to each individual entity.
So how would Ladybug Farms have qualified as a successor to that application?
If they fulfilled those three items that I
That would have created that,
yes, they could have made that conversion. But this has happened. It does happen. But you
Right.
have to go through those steps.
but what you're saying in your summation here is those steps were never completed.
That's correct.
Okay.
So yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
If I could add to that, the finding of the commission, though, was even if that had happened, the end result was both entities either did not meet the deadline because they did not have funds to pay the fee, or they withdrew their application. So regardless of what happened, the bottom line was there was not a complete filing with the water board for the notice of intent.
And-
that did not satisfy the requirement of code.
And that's a separate section of questions above and beyond the relationship with Mr. Moore and Ladybug. Is the water board, the application process, who has been involved, withdrawn, whatever happened there. Okay.
All right, presentation by the appellant. Mr. Goggins?
Good afternoon, Vice Chair, members of the board, Patrick Goggin on behalf of Mr. Moore. I do think that was a fairly good summary, but there are a couple of points that I would like to add. I submitted with a submission last week an Exhibit H, and that was a document that was submitted along with other documents that Peter Caloris submitted. Do you guys not have a copy of that? I'll provide you with it. I had submitted that to the clerk and asked that be distributed.
Oh, okay.
Do you?
Wait, point of order. Counsel, is this new information?
I believe that this may be the brief that was submitted to the board clerk that was distributed to the board and to planning. It was my understanding that that brief was something that was already submitted and part of the record at the planning commission hearing.
And I submitted an additional letter with a couple additional exhibits.
To support this appeal.
Yes, I just want to be sure that this is information that the planning commission had heard and that we're not hearing new information.
No, this document was actually a part of the record, and I'm highlighting it on appeal.
Okay, thank you.
And that document, do you guys have what I submitted? It would probably be helpful. But it was a document submitted by Mr. Petkovich's attorney, the attorney that formed Ladybug Farms, that specifically connected Ray Moore as the original registrant with Ladybug Farms. So there is documentation showing and linking the intention of the parties to proceed with the original registration under Mr. Moore's name with Ladybug Farms by that deadline. But I'd like to take just a step back to also provide some context for the situation, some human relevance here. Mr. Moore is a Cuban immigrant, and he comes from a past of
some physical abuse and neglect. And he moved to California from Florida in 2010 to really start anew. And last year, in 2016, he had known Mr. Petkovich from Florida. They were working together to submit the registration and working together in this partnership that ultimately, subsequent to September 7th, went sour. Mr. Petkovich proved to be a controlling individual who was dictating to Mr. Moore the terms of everything. In fact, he went to the property that was leased in Ray Moore's name and pressured him to reassign the lease into Ladybug Farm's name, and without understanding the terms of the operating agreement and the percentages, which kept dropping and changing for Mr. Petkovich, Mr. Moore refused. This property is leased in my name. I'm not going to change it unless we get into some formal agreement that represents the terms that we agreed on originally. Subsequent to that, in December, Mr. Petkovich continued to try to pressure Mr. Moore and physically assaulted him, resulting in charges filed by the district attorney and a restraining order today that we have. In addition, there were texts that were submitted by Mr. Petkovich that were fraudulently indicated that they were made by Mr. Moore. So what we have is somebody on their side who's incredible. And what Mr. Moore was trying to do and did try to do was salvage this whole thing. It wasn't his fault that he was being manipulated and coerced and pressured and abused, and ultimately a victim of sabotage. And he did everything in his power to attempt to remedy all this. So I asked the board, just as we asked the Planning Commission, in addition to looking at this document, understanding that the intention here was to transfer this to the corporation, and subsequent to all of this abuse and injustice by Mr. Petkovich, that Mr. Moore did everything in his power to timely go and resolve these issues, and in fact was successful in complying, albeit after the fact. But when you have a situation such as this, equity demands that there be some fairness and some understanding of the process. I understand the politics in this county and what's going on with cannabis cultivation, but we don't have any complaints here by neighbors, as we have had in other matters. What we're looking for is a little bit of understanding, a little bit of compassion and sympathy for someone who has been a victim of abuse. Thank you.
Public comment? Seeing no public comment. Summation and rebuttal by the appellant. Mr. Goggins, anything else to add?
Not at this point.
Staff summation and rebuttal?
We have no argument that there was an intent on the partners to organize Ladybug Farms. That just simply did not happen. At the commission hearing, the commission noted that much of what Mr. Goggins has just described was more related to a civil matter than anything having to do with cannabis registration and the urgency ordinance, the requirements of the ordinance. None of that really puts a NOI and an annual fee at the Water Quality Board on September 7th. It's just not there. And again, there was no authority within that urgency ordinance given to the Planning Commission to accept a fee or the amends that the appellant had made and make that refer back to make it equal to meeting that September 7th deadline.
Public comment again? You're welcome to come and speak in public comment if you like. You'll be limited to 3 minutes out.
Yeah, it'll be short. Patrick Goggin on behalf of Mr. Moore. I would just like to point out, it's not a civil matter. It's a criminal matter. We have charges filed by the district attorney against Mr. Petkovich for assaulting and battering Mr. Moore. That's criminal. And there's been a restraining order placed against him. Thank you.
All right. Board questions? Board?
So the bottom line is, for the water board application, no one met the timeline. No one met the required date, no matter who it is, whether it be Ladybug Farms or Mr. Moore, whatever. No one met that, correct?
Well, Ladybug Farms met that, but then they subsequently withdrew their application. And
Okay.
that triggered our finding that they were not in compliance.
Okay.
All right, no further questions on the board. I will close the hearing. Board discussion and deliberation. Any discussion?
Yes, I have to state on behalf of the attorney that I understand the civil/criminal matter here, but we're not the judges of record for that. This has to do with the hearing regarding cannabis. So I apologize for the disruption in everyone's lives, but it isn't something that we can rule on, unfortunately. Regarding the, who's in charge kind of thing that's going on here, there was supplemental information that was missing. I'm looking at staff because they didn't complete certain pieces of the requirement on time. I think that one of the things that really could have saved this particular relationship would have been if there would have been a way for Ladybug to qualify as, to take over the application, so to speak, but keep Mr. Moore in it. That would have kept it going. As long as the water board requirements had been met, we probably wouldn't even be talking about this today. So it's unfortunate, but we still have these very strict guidelines that this board, as they're sitting here today, didn't create. And we're here to apply the rules that were set in place.
I'm sorry about Mr. Moore's past, and we've all had business deals gone bad. Maybe not everybody, but most of us who are in business have business deals that go bad on occasion, and I'm sympathetic, but what we're ruling on here today is a very narrow thing. Did we meet the letter of the application? And we did not. The other items, while sympathetic, they're not within our purview. So that's all I've got for the discussion. Is there any further discussion, or is there a motion?
I would move to deny.
Or to uphold? Uphold the planning commission. Motion made by Supervisor Mills to uphold the planning commission's denial.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Tofinelli. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimous. Item number 32. Oh, excuse me. We're going to give everybody a 10-minute break. Let's get back to the 3:30. Sound good? Thank you.
Item 32 is from the Planning Department to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the appeal of the Planning Director's rejection of a commercial cannabis registration for Steve and Renee Snowden on APN 068-003-079, file 2017-046.
Thank you very much. Welcome, Madeline. I think this is your first presentation.
It is.
So, please.
Thank you. Madeline Flandreau, Planner 2. We received a request for continuance from the Law Office of Mr. Kenneth Foley on July 21st, 2017. I believe everyone has a copy of that. It is a request because Mr. Foley cannot be here today. He is representing Mr. and Mrs. Snowden, and it asks to be continued to a date to be determined by the board.
So I guess that's to be considered by the board. Is there any discussion or interest in the continuance?
I know that the appellant is here, and you might want to open up the discussion on the request for the continuance first, and hear from them, hear from anyone else in the public, make a decision on that request, and then either continue it or open up the hearing itself.
Okay. Is the appellant here? Tell us about we're focusing on the continuance request. We haven't opened the hearing yet, so. We're going to take 3 minutes here.
Before we make any decision on this, I'll be recusing myself from this hearing here.
The entire hearing or
Just this hearing, because the question would be on with the rest of the hearing.
Do you want to declare?
Yeah.
Why?
Personal friends with Foley.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, so for the remaining 3 board members, the question is, do we want to continue this hearing to the date that we specify or move forward? Thoughts?
I can still watch it on TV.
Opinion on continuance?
Counsel, we really cannot be asking Mr. Snowden, if he's represented by an attorney, any questions in a hearing.
Correct. If he is represented by counsel, I would caution you to be asking him direct questions. At this point, the issue before the board is whether you feel that there is good cause or not to continue the matter or not. It is certainly within the board's discretion. However, I have not had an opportunity to review the points and authorities for the continuance. It appears that it's just that the attorney is not available today. I know that there have been other situations where the board has considered continuances and whether counsel was available or not as not good cause because there's sufficient time to make arrangements. But that is certainly, considering we now have 3 out of 5, it's certainly within the discretion of this board to grant the continuance for various reasons. Alternatively, if you feel that there is no good cause for continuing it, you can hear the hearing. But I do actually caution the board because Mr. Snowden is represented by counsel. He is not here present. So actually asking him questions, I do caution you doing that without Mr. Foley present.
Yeah, I have no intention of speaking with the appellant directly. I guess the question is the merits of whether or not Mr. Foley's availability is sufficient to cause us to delay the hearing.
When was this scheduled?
When was he noticed to hear it?
Yeah.
It was probably noticed, they were probably advised
Says
in
July.
the last week or two.
This date of notice, July 14th, 2017.
So 10 days ago.
So we have a date of notice of July 14th, and we get this response from Mr. Foley on the 21st? On the 21st, 7 days later.
Well, he may not have got the notice on the 14th. This is just dated notice, so it could have been a couple of days, and then Mr. Foley is a very busy person.
Yeah, I only stated to just try to establish a timeline. It's not a, yeah, it's not an indictment of anyone, it's just to show what the timeline was.
And relative to others, it's short, relatively short. I'm very hesitant to continue stuff.
But
If I may add, Council brought up the fact that there are only 3 members on the board, and to overturn the Planning Commission's action would require a unanimous vote of the 3 members present. It's not a requirement of the county that a full board be present, or even 4 members, but sometimes the courtesy of having that option. So if one person were to, everyone would have to agree on that rather than typically a simple majority. So I don't have a problem with the continuance. It certainly is up to you as far as your determination of what you think is appropriate. And the fact that it would be difficult to ask questions directly of the appellant, since he's represented by counsel, probably adds to the benefit to have to continue it at this point in time. So I would tend to agree. I would as soon not continue if we couldn't. If we could move on with the things, but given the circumstances today, with Chairman Oliveira out, maybe worthwhile continuing until at least there's 4 members present.
When was this originally denied?
The appeal was filed.
When was the original denial?
This was actually not denied, and I don't want to get too much into it. This was a late request for registration submittal that we rejected. And the Planning Commission heard it back in
May 10th?
May.
May 10th, I got it on the notes here.
Was he represented by Mr. Foley at that time?
No, he was not.
No.
Is there currently a crop in the ground?
Yes, there is.
Madam Clerk, when would be the next available time we would be able to put this on the schedule?
Considering, I don't know if there is a noticing requirement for the planning department, but the submittal deadline for the August 8th meeting is today. So I would say the next time would be August 20.
So there is no, if it's continued to a date certain, we do not have to renotice it.
Okay.
And it's really up to, I mean, if it's continued over, the information is
It's going to be, yeah, if it's going to be exactly the same information and it doesn't have that noticing requirement for them, then we can just have a motion and a second to table it to the 8th, and it can go on the next meeting.
I think we all have the concern that, we've watched people game this system to try to pull their crops early or hold out a little bit longer. So that's never a good reason for a continuance. But if we could do it in a prompt manner, it's different.
I think continuing to the 8th would be appropriate.
Continue to the where?
To the 8th, August 8th.
I would go ahead and move that.
It's
for this
going
one.
to be, that won't work.
Because you're going to be gone?
Yes.
And
I will not be at the
So we'll
8th
still be
meeting.
a 3-0 staff here.
And you'll be back to 3-0 again.
What's the next meeting from that? 22nd?
Yes.
So if we moved it to the 22nd of August, that'd be
I'll be
acceptable?
present. I'll be present for that.
I would move then to move this to the 22nd of August.
We have a motion, but we should have public comment.
So that also may give the appellant's attorney time to look at his schedule as well if we're going for the 25th as opposed to the 8th.
With the understanding, too, that it is not our intention to continually postpone these hearings.
No. Okay. Absolutely not. We have a motion on the floor. We have not done public comment on this item. Want me to call for public comment before we continue down this line?
Steve Snowden again. Good afternoon. The reason for the denial at the supervisor level, I believe, was because they did not believe my wife. They basically called her a liar by saying that there was no list that existed that people were signing. So Mr. Foley has put out a notice in the paper asking that anybody that was here to sign up, and we were compliant with everything else, except that I was in a coma from a bike accident, so that's all I'm saying is that he even has Channel 10 was here. And those are the reasons why we want to make sure that he can give that information to you. Because indeed there was another list, and people were signing it with the intent of getting called by the county for that is all.
So we have a motion, and is there, I'm sorry, complete, sir. Is there other public comment?
Bill McManus. What's especially sad is we've got a whole room full, or a lot of people, who came down for this meeting. I was at the Planning Commission meeting when this was originally denied, and there were people there. They're concerned. They come to the meetings. They wait through long hours of tedious conversation, and they stay. And yet, this is probably one of the most egregious cases here. These people were almost a year late even submitting their application. And now they get more delays being turned down by the Planning Commission. Big surprise. But pay $500, wait till almost the deadline, try to get on the calendar for the Planning Commission, lose there, wait some more, pay another $500, and try to get on the agenda for the Board of Supervisors. You know, and by the time you go through 2 appeals, you've almost got 6 weeks of time eaten up. Meanwhile, the happy plants are growing in the sun. No one else gets, cut slack like that. And the people who suffer with it have to go home again today and plan their lives around it to come back. And I'd be willing to bet money I don't have, they'll be back, because it means that much to them. So I know that there's probably all sorts of legal tangles and everything else about hearing it today. I don't know what happens to the majority since you've only got 3 supervisors here. Would it be, if you get 2 votes to deny, is that enough? Or do you have to do something? Do you have to have 3 because the recusal counts as a vote? I don't know. But it would be nice to hear that conversation, that 3 of you could settle this matter today, unless it has to be a 3-0 vote. At least think of the citizens who came here several times, and think of how long this has gone on. And is this the precedent you want to set for a bunch more that you have to do in the future? I sure hope not. So, thank you.
Other public comment?
Bill Wilson. Again, we're waiting for an attorney who couldn't be present today. Last time I heard, we had a right to be represented by an attorney. Even if you can't afford him, you have somebody. They appoint somebody. It is kicking the can down the road. I agree. But everybody should have their day and their appeal process completely done. Thank you.
There's no other public comment. We have a motion on the floor from Supervisor Mills to continue, to table this to August 22nd. Is there a second?
I will second.
Second from Supervisor Tofinelli. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? No. Passes unanimously. I apologize to the people who came all the way down and waited, but we have to go by these regulations. So, thank you very much. We'll continue to the 22nd. Supervisor announcements.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, this is the time for board members to report on meetings attended on behalf of the county and to carry out their duties as a county supervisor.
Mr. Mills. I was just looking for my notes. I left them in the office.
I don't want to get them. Okay. Wednesday, July 12th, attended the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin Authority in Stockton, where direction was given on the future role of the Groundwater Basin Authority, and the budget for fiscal year 17-18 was approved. And the Eastern San Joaquin Groundwater Basin Authority Directors Meeting, where officers were elected, direction was given to find a consultant for the GSP scoping on the facilitation services that will be necessary in action to adopt bylaws for the authority. Attended the tree mortality meeting in San Andreas, reports on status of various work projects and the challenges of the grant funding for private homeowners. And I know Supervisor Garamendi, you were there as well. It was Blue Lake Springs was having some real concerns with how it was being handled. It was being handled for them. July 13th, Thursday, met with Public Works and Community Service Area 4 over whether they can still be a part of the emergency declaration and the timelines to handle their road repairs this year. The CSA has developed a 5-year improvement plan and has high reserve funds available and has completed a survey of all of the culverts in the area for Public Works. Attended closed session meeting with Council of Governments on a personnel matter. Attended Copperopolis Fire District Board meeting. Preliminary budget was then approved. July 15th, Saturday, attended the FFA dinner at the request of the Calaveras Animal Disaster Assistance. July 20th, Thursday, met with the sheriff and his staff, Supervisor Tofinelli, and our CEO as a continuing discussion on their budget and staffing. Attended the Chamber of Commerce mixer at Realty World in Arnold. Staff attended the Foothill Fire Safe Council meeting in Murphy's. There is new funding opportunities coming up. July 21st, Friday, attended the morning session of the nuisance abatement hearings to better understand how that process is working. I did have some questions which were answered by staff. July 22nd, Saturday, spoke briefly at the Bobby Zimmerman funeral, thanking him for his service to the community of Copperopolis and Calaveras County. Bobby was a firefighter of the year last year in Copperopolis and passed away suddenly. He was given a firefighter's funeral. July 24th, Monday, met with Angel City Council member to discuss water. She was trying to get up to speed on water and water issues, and attended the special meeting of the Council of Governments to appoint Amber Collins as the next executive director. Thank you. Appointed our executive director last night. Thank you.
Mr. Clapp coming back, do we know? Gary?
Well, I was going to announce that we had a new executive director of COG, Amber Collins. Somebody stole my thunder. As part of the committee to interview and suggest her to the COG board. So looking forward to working with this young lady. She is very well educated in transportation and holds an engineering degree. So looking forward to it.
And thank you, Supervisor Tofinelli, for the heavy lifting on that, because it was you and some of the other staff members that went through that entire process to select the top 3. So thank you.
It's great. Jeez. I attended the tree mortality meeting as well. McCombie River Association, we met over in Jackson. Attended a agenda review as well as many constituent meetings. But what I want to bring up is I attended last Wednesday. The CSAC, RCRC, and the League of Urban Counties had a conference on a cannabis summit, which I attended down in Sacramento. Apparently sold that thing out to counties in a matter of hours. And it was really interesting content. It was brief. It's about regulation, about what counties are doing, what they're not doing. And I came back with a couple takeaways. The first is, we often talk about the fact that we're the laughing stock, and actually I think that's absolutely wrong. I don't think many people are laughing at us. I found at this conference that people were asking us what we did, what we learned, how we're going about it. A lot of them are actually trying, and maybe it's because we're all so close to it, but a lot of them are actually trying to reach a regulatory framework like we currently have, with operating enforcement teams going out with a shorter abatement period, with our taxes. And so, we're close to it, and we know the bumps and bruises of getting here. But I will tell you, counties from Yuba, Butte, all the way up Trinity, San Joaquin, they were all there trying to figure out what we already know. And we've had to learn the hard lessons the hard way. But I think we have to stop talking about being a laughingstock to neighboring counties and actually talk about the things that we're actually doing. We've learned a lot, and the knowledge that we have is valuable. If anybody was laughing, it was more of a wonderment on how we went this far and then decided to sail back. I had one person interesting say it's kind of like Columbus turning around within sight of the New World. So it's a challenge, but it was a really good conference, and I was proud to think about the things that we've learned over the last 18 months of this process. So that's what I had to report. If there's anything from staff.
Just really quickly, I would echo on the tree mortality, just so the board is aware, we're getting ready to issue a notice to who we're going to choose for project manager for tree mortality. That's been in the works for some time. So that's around the corner, and then that will be brought before the board. Also, thank you for the update on the groundwater basin. As the board's well aware, you took direction or gave direction, and took action on the east side San Joaquin groundwater basin, and we put in our own application. We will be coming back before the board here within the next probably couple of months with an agreement, an MOU possibly, or another type of agreement between that sub-basin, which includes Rock Creek Water District, Stanislaus County, CCWD, and it will be Calaveras County as well. So thank you.
Clerk? Very well. Well, if there's no objection, we will stand adjourned. Thank you very much.